Oh, okay. Hello? YouTube, hello? Bro. Hello. Good morning. We're trying out a different format here. I think this is probably better because I can see you guys and then I cut off chat for the run because it was kind of squished, but I don't know. Is that just better? Should I have the chat for the run? It's kind of cool because it's pretty fast towards the end. What do you think, Base? Do you think I should have the chat in there for from the run? There's this. Where is it? A. All right, we're here. Thank you, Fluffy. This is a fun run, so this will be fun. It's obviously better than the last one. I guess I should speed this up a little bit, right? No, I gotta go to work later today. Unless I get called off. If I get called off for some reason, then I will do runs. But at the moment, I have scheduled. But tomorrow's my off day, so we'll be able to play tomorrow. Thank you, Hunar. How's this looking? This looking okay? I just need to make this go faster. How do I do that? Speed. 1.5 seems good. So this is with the new program. Fun fact, the day before this I spent like 2 hours trying to. Well, okay, I don't have sound. I don't have sound for the I don't have sound for the run because you're gonna hear me in the run talking. So there's just no sound. That's how I did it before. I don't think we can have both, right? So it's just gonna be no sounds. Unless you want me to not talk, and I mean you got the video, so. What's up, Chowski? Dude, my YouTube video is popping off, dude. I don't have a thumbnail though, but I thought about doing one on Fiverr, but I mean, I don't know. Sorry, Eli. The Aussie viewers. Hello, Dymo. See, that's what I thought too, Pocket. I was like, surely he's just gonna figure it. Like, I just made one with AI and I don't know, it didn't work. I tried like two or three and they were just horrible. So like they didn't have, like I used a screenshot from the video. Well, no, it said that it can't access the video from the link, so it had to upload the video. But but then it's like I try to upload a 3.5 hour thing. That would be great, Pocket. Yeah, that would be awesome. So this is frame 5241, which I don't think you can. It's like not quite PC Potion and save. I think PC Potion save is like 5400. What's up, Eamon? What's up? What's up, Buck? Yeah, I'm gonna save this one, and I'm just gonna make this an actual video. Thank you, Joff. So we saved on this one. Again, this is with the new program. So, but yeah, like I said, 2 days ago, I spent 2 hours trying to fix my offset before. I'm glad I did, because then this run wouldn't have happened. But I still am not sure how good it actually is. The program. I had an idea for like a Wavebird thing that I might look into. I'm not really sure. But if I can get it to like work decently well, we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, this is a really fun run for sure. I am pretty happy with how I played. I think I made like 2 or 3 silly mistakes, but they weren't like horrendous. There's always room for improvement. This run's extremely hard, as you guys have seen. So yeah, I will be doing runs tomorrow, most of the day. This is live commentary, yeah. Yep. I will be doing runs tomorrow. And I'm just gonna do the same thing that I'm doing. I don't know what it's gonna look like. 6 I mean, I hope well, I can't think like that, Grow, but because that's definitely not true. But so for those that don't know, so I'm eligible now. The bounty was not first come first serve. It was whoever gets the time, whoever has the sub 3:25:30 time by the end of October. So we kind of have to wait. I gotta wait until the 13th. So, and there's definitely a few other runners that are gonna try to get it in that time. So it just wouldn't make sense for me to like do anything else. So pretty much nothing is gonna change. I mean, I will probably try to. I've already been YOLOing pretty hard, so I guess I'll just try to YOLO harder. I'll probably reset earlier. Yeah, I did. I did see Dennis's stream title. Bro, I got hair now, though, you know? The bald could mean Gunner now. He's the actual bald. He's actually bald. Why am I the bald? Keep murmuring. Huh. What's talking about Icy? Is Icy bald? Okay, all right, let's pay attention here. So, you could probably attack this again, but top ends, you don't really want to attack Weedles twice if you can get 62, just because you just don't want to get poisoned. So actually, I made it all. How far did I make it? Did I make it? Oh no, did I get a Kakuna or something? I did. Okay, never mind. Yeah. I just don't like saying Zened. I don't know. Or Sind. I mean, yeah, he just took his name and made it backwards. Okay, two questions. How did you celebrate last night? Have you rewatched the run already? I have not. Well, I know where the time save is. I know where the time save is. Um, I mean, it's not a lot. I mean, this run was pretty good. I think the closer and closer you get to like 324, like, there's not a lot. I mean, this run wasn't perfect. I would say my post game was not. I mean, my post game was not like amazing. I mean, I got hail. Um, I got a little trolled on in warehouse. I got 2 cave encounters, so there's probably like reasonably like a minute of time save just from like Cerulean Cave and some Champ 2 stuff. Okay, so I got a 78 here, breakout, which is annoying. I know I always say 78, but it's actually a 22% breakout, which is unlucky. I don't know. I don't know. It's really hard to say. I made like 3 mistakes or something. Were kind of silly. The one that I didn't think about, which we'll see later, is like I, I don't know why it went over my head, but I didn't realize you could water pulse high level Psyduck. I mean, it makes sense. That's just never crossed my mind for some reason. Maybe I'm just not used to seeing like Psyducks that are high enough level, and usually you're low HP there anyways. But I, I mean, I had netball too, so that was really dumb. But you can't be perfect. You can get close, but Safari. That's the other. Actually, there's probably more time save than you think, but also, I mean, again, this run is just kind of nuts. So, I mean, yeah, like theoretically, there's like 2 minutes of time save with like Safari Zone and post game and stuff, but not really. Why is this run so mid? I mean, yeah. So this is one breakout. I got poisoned early. This is one breakout and 2 extra encounters. So, I mean, normally you want to get in the gym sub 12 is like solid. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd say this time is not that great right now. I mean, 12, what? 12:20. What's up, you? Third time watch. I haven't watched it. I've seen parts of it. I watched the end. My reaction to. I mean, dude, it was actually so hype. Oh yeah. By the way, so I gotta. Why does this not work? So you always like when you're trying to play for like a really good time, and the HPIV is kind of bad. I mean, honestly, I could have gone to 6 here and withdrew with this HP, but generally when Scratch puts you dead to tackle, which is the case for this defense, a lot of times you're going to go to 4 here and risk Scratch death. You save a turn too, and if he just tackles you, it's just really good torrent. So I mean, obviously you just die here. If you get scratched, unless he min rolls, but I mean, yeah, Brock to E4 round 1 was was pretty gross. Squirtle is cut at the bottom of the layout. Yeah, it's not. How's that? Okay. So we didn't get scratch, which is good. Because you're dead. This was the first Squirtle that I hit yesterday. Missed a couple of times. Thank you, same. So this is the best outcome: tackle for 5 and get the range. Now, if you miss the range here, you you aren't able to go for Rock to miss, which is another reason why it's kind of going to 4 here is kind of sketchy, because you miss there, you're 95% to die. Unless he miss, he's only able to miss tackle for you to survive, so. What I like about this run a lot is that I think the previous record, people said like, oh well, it's not legitimate because of Clemmy time save, you know, blah blah blah, which is like, you know, you could make that argument, I guess, but I mean, this one, there's no, you can't make that argument anymore because this is better. I mean, well, it's hard to say. If you'd have to like exactly measure how much time save you saved on Clemmy and stuff, but I mean, this is what, a minute and 36? No. 35 or something? Yeah, hold on. I'll be running Emerald probably at once the bounty deadline is over. Or glitchless of this game. I don't know. Probably Emerald though. How would you rate the Squirtle? It's okay. Yeah, I don't know what to do with the shorts. I have no idea. No idea, man. I mean, it was a good idea. It was a good idea. They just and Braxton did a great job on them, but they just don't get the views that, like, I think as shorts go, I think the views are pretty bad. And I think they just don't really appeal to like most people. This Squirtle, I would say is like mid above average, but I mean HP is not terrible. Yeah. Yeah, but I gain a lot more traction and subscribers from just streaming on YouTube. So most of the time the shorts hit an audience that doesn't know what the hell I'm talking about, which is the biggest issue with like content creation with this exact thing. Sub 325 win. Tomorrow. We'll get a 324 tomorrow. So 30 special, not great. We're 20 special defense, which is one off of like greats. 21, you take 15 to 18 for Rival 2. So this is like the worst Rival 2 Squirtle. I always like to say this is the worst Rival 2 Squirtle because Pidgeotto does 7 to 9 and Bulbasaur does 17 to 20. I'm not really sure what I want to do with the YouTube videos and stuff. So just because I don't know, man. It just technically I could have. How much is round 2 differ from glitchless strats? I mean, a lot of the fights are similar. Sorry, I meant to say I could have taken one step. So when you get to this girl, you can react to her moving up. She might also be up here. Like technically I took an extra step here, but I just didn't react very well. But it's 2 steps you save, so it's like not the end of the world. So Spearow, level 6, solid. We're at 13 HP. Heck, I mean, this is kind of what you want, and I think I said this in the run, but this was actually like a good Misty split for once. I find myself like I find myself very unlucky. Oh yeah, I did the weird turn frame there. I don't know why. This was very early in the day. It was like 7 a.m. or something. So, but I think I played well. So, on this Squirtle, we are skipping Persum because of our special defense combination. That's pretty much the gold standard now. And then, oh yeah, I get super far here. So Zubat, pretty good. So with this HP IV, 8 HP is Torrent for 16 evolution. So once we evolve and we're level 16, we'll have Torrent, but we won't. Oh yeah, I don't know what the fuck. Why did I do that? Just half asleep or something. It's kind of hard in the early game to like lock in because I didn't know this run would get this good post Brock. I mean, I see 1440 and I'm like, okay, this is okay, but once the run gets really good, I lock in super hard. Oh yeah, Kokonis. Thanks Heath. Thanks Kyle. Thanks 4K. Yeah, I'm still like, dude, this feels better than the last one for sure. Okay, so here, so most modern strats try to get Paris. So here, I realized how far I got before the Zubat, so I knew that I had the steps to make it down the ladder here. Now, ideally, it's like you'd want the Repel to wear out right here and then go in the ladder. So I got a little too far, so I had to burn some steps, but and I don't know how I feel about this strat. I think it's good here in this exact scenario because like my ball count is good. I have Spearow, I have Torrent, but so I don't need the damage. Really, I mean, getting damage would be nice, and I can just go for this now. The other problem is if I just continue, if I start leaving and don't get this here, then I have to burn a shitload of steps later too. So I just opt to just go for this. So and we get scratch crit, which is actually not necessary. This is 78%, which is good. So that was about as clean as it could go. I mean, I didn't really want scratch crit. I needed 2 damage for 17. Also, still not used to like this menu specifically because this is like doing that is kind of a newer strat. Now, what you can also do that I didn't do that I haven't really messed with because I'm not really sure. But if you get enough steps before Zubat, you can make it to this ladder. But I don't have that exact. I should probably have that like the exact tile to get the Zubat because it'd be better. It's better to get Paris here in this area, but I don't know if you got to get pretty far before Zubat, so I'm not really sure. Obviously that pass is the same. I may have been able to make it, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would say the weirdest thing about this run is, I mean, we had so many Pokemons. So many Pokemon. It was like, I think it was like Islands. It was Safari Zone too. I just had so many catches. It was crazy. Just a ridiculous amount of catches for some reason. Like, we could have gotten like 65 this run. So that fight, really don't want quick attack there. Because then if I get quick attack there, I'm dead to poison gas hit. Feels pretty good. Pounds good. If he does poison gas you here, so poison gas hit poison is an 8th, so it would do 5 here. So I would live poison gas plus pound. I'm pretty sure pound doesn't do 5. I think I like in the video I say like does pound do 5? I don't have that damage range. I probably should, but this fight you kind of have to YOLO a lot of the times because I mean you could potion, but it's just really slow. Like, and if you're dead to poison gas hit, at least going for like a really good time, it's hard to potion out of torrents. Just simply just get lucky and get poison gas miss or harden or something. Have you decided on doing little runs? Nah, I don't know. Maybe. I kind of again, I'm sort of just thinking that I still gotta just grind, man. I don't know. I mean, I'm a lot more confident in this PB that it's not gonna get beaten, at least in the next less than 2 months from now. But I mean, there's a couple people that are gonna grind pretty hard. So, but I mean, you're gonna need a really good run, you know. So, I'm not really sure. I probably will just keep doing round two. I'd like to do glitchless, but I'm so locked into round two strats and stuff that first, second, and third. Yeah, that sounds cool. So this was really clean. So Paris in one ball, Zubat in one ball, Spearow in one ball, full torrent, no shenanigans with poison gas hits. Just yeah, just like very clean. So I would say most runs have 8 at this point. Like if you doing standard, like no, I say standard, but I mean it varies, but I feel like most runs nowadays have like 7 or 8 Pokemon because you want to get Zubat and Paris for pewter skip and stuff. So, uh, so so I put Magikarp and Zubat in box 2 just for clutter reasons. There's somebody said something about some other box you can do that's better, but I don't know. Avoiding box clutter as much as possible is nice because you don't want anything in box 2 that you need, and you also if there's less Pokemon in box 1, it's easier to find them. So this split's gone pretty well. So no Pulse Confused here means we're probably getting Swift, pretty likely. Let's see what happens. Obviously, green bar. I mean, I honestly prefer this green bar here. Well, no. You would usually prefer to get the range. But a lot of times when you're in yellow bar, you kind of have to go for it, and then you go for it, and then a lot of times you miss. But I mean, yeah, this HP, if we just were able to 2-shot here, is kind of nice. Versus this HP sucks. What's up, Coco? So 35 out of 59 with Potion is quite bad. And the thing is, like, you could maybe make the argument, like, Potion turn 1 Pidgeotto, but he can still sand you at 15, so this run is basically like we have good attack to kick through Leech Seed, and we're just gonna hope for Bite Flinch. 2801 with 8 is pretty good. That was just like, again, that was like the very, very clean splits. Nothing went terribly wrong that split, which is nice. Oh, there's so much. There's so much in my brain. It's crazy. I would say of all the speedruns in Gen 1 through 3, this is the one that, like, if you try to just off the street, just try to play it, it's just there's so much you need to know. Because it's not a straightforward route. You know, a lot of these other runs you can just follow straightforward notes, but knowing what to do all the time is hard. So yeah, so we get Sands. I mean, this is like, can't really complain about this. It's unfortunate, but had to heal to 35 realistically. I also didn't potion turn 1 at 15 just because we're just taking so much damage. If I potion turn 1 to 15 and get, I mean, that would have worked. Maybe. I mean, he could have quick attacked for 8. He could have done Gust into 8, into quick attack into 8, and then put me at 19, which is bad too. But I think just hoping for flinch here or not sand is good. So obviously this is kind of sketchy, right? You don't want to be over half on this Bulbasaur. But that's why bite is so good, you know? But with this attack, I was able to kick through Leech Seed, so I didn't feel that horrible. I mean, kicking through Leech Seed is, if you miss, you die, obviously, for the most part, unless you get put to sleep. But this is also fine because our attack is good enough to do bottom hiker, so I don't really care about Torrent. This Abra's a range, but you don't lose anything. So our HP is really high, and then I was kind of hoping for no quick attack here. I mean, again, this crit, I don't remember. Well, we'll see if it mattered. We'll see if that crit mattered. I don't remember if I get Torrent for 25. I don't think I do. So we get Bite, Flinch, Kick, but then we get Sand Attack, so it's probably like average. Obviously, I can skip this fight. Nothing happens. Just spam bites. So in this spot, if you really need Torrent for 25, if Absorb from this Oddish gives you Torrent for 25, it's not crazy to bite this. Also, kicking these Oddishes is not that bad because they don't have status moves. But I don't think I'm almost positive like Absorb for what, 7? I don't think that gives me Torrent for 25, so I just opt to not do that. We're a little far off Torrent here. Actually, let me get you the exact. Let's see how far off of Torrent we are. We're like 8. Good morning, GEP. Virtual Agent, Brext, be solo in chat. Has been making the shorts for me because he's a veteran YouTuber and knows what he's doing. So we are 30 out of 68 at 25, so that's, we need, oh, it was 6 damage. Oh, I could have bit the Oddish then. I mean, it's kind of hard to say because if you bite the Oddish and get Sweet Scent, it's like, okay. But then it's also just, it's so, like, if you miss kick there and get Sweet Scent, it's so bad because then you're just cooked on Mega Kicks. So yeah, going into this next segment, we have to pick 2 trainers. There's 2 required battles and 4 available trainers to pick from for the first 2 for the first one and then 2 for the second one. So again, we have good enough attack for Martha Bulbasaur to be level 28. So we don't need to do Top Hiker. And we don't have Torrent for 25, so we're definitely not doing Top Hiker, and Top Hiker's been pissing me off anyways. So running up here, so I've been doing YOLO Dan again, just because I don't know, Sheer Pass has been pissing me off. It's just trickier with Clemmy stuff. I mean, I should probably not do this. I've just been kind of getting lazy with it. But the thing is, so he's looking left. So Sheer Pass doesn't work. And if we had done the YOLO Dan doesn't work. And even if we had the setup for Sheer Pass, which is 1 tile to the left, it still doesn't work because he's looking left. Now you could burn the what I should have done here instead of double bag is just burn the tiles. But again, it's just with the Clemmy menu lag, I just don't like it. So what you're supposed to do here is, actually, did he look away right when I was gonna go? Wait, did he quick spin away? No, okay. So what you're supposed to do here is wait for him to look away and then burn a turn frame left, burn a turn frame right, and then do Sheer Pass. That's what you're supposed to do. But that's really annoying, and I don't know. I'd rather just double bag. I mean, gunner double bags too. So that the pass is not that hard. It's just you lose your confidence in it, and then it just makes it hard to go for again. I just really don't want to like reset to hitting Dan, which happens with top hiker, and so I think you can also not bag manip there. I think it's 1 in 4 to get hit if you just YOLO the movement after that. We're so close. So quick attack did fine. Well, we're not getting torrent for 25, but I need 1 damage for torrent for 25. No, I don't. No, it wasn't 6. It wasn't 6. What am I saying? We need 2 more damage. I get breaked. So in torrent level 20, when you're torrent level 25, you can lead pulse obviously, but I've been missing this Oddish range recently a lot. It's 13 and 16, and missing that is really annoying. So yeah, we really wanted a quick attack here because again, I need 3 damage. So it was 8 damage we needed, not, or 9 damage we needed. So yeah, okay, it was right to not bite that then. I just did the math wrong. So right now we have 1 mega kick and no torrents. But 1 mega kick, no torrents. But Eradicate quick attack puts us in the torrent. So if now what you could do is if Eradicate quick attack doesn't put you into torrent, I mean you have 2 options. You could pick up the ether, which would be the safe option just in case you miss on the drowsy. Or because the thing is if you miss on this drowsy and you with 1 kick and no torrent, it's so cooked because like you're just gonna get like put to sleep or something, or I don't know. I could have gotten the ether this run. That would have been the safe play, but I was just kind of hoping to like hit the kick and then lead water pulse, and yeah, we miss, which is horrible. And then he misses, so this is like the worst scenario. So I don't regret not getting ether. I think this play is completely fine, but obviously miss here is horrible. If you're in torrent, it's a 25% range, I think, for drowsy, which is like still pretty bad. So this, I mean, you could lose so much time on this guy. So I opt for bite because I was just hoping for flinch. But in torrent, you would obviously water pulse. What's up, Rocky? So he didn't put us to sleep, which is nice. And then yeah, I've just gunned for no super effective text. So that was not good. So now we have, and he didn't damage us either, which is again really annoying. Since Rival 2, I was just not really able to get damage at all, or the damage that I needed. But we were like we were super close too. That's why like 2 turns on that drowsy into no headbutt or confusion is like really unlucky. So now we have no kicks and no torrents, so this doesn't die. So now we're gonna lead pulse and just hope he quick attacks, which he does, which is nice. So I didn't lose another turn. I mean, I say in the video, I say post Blaine, when we're entering islands, I say that it's the run, and I was right. It just felt like the run. It's that the Blaine split was just amazing. I mean, the end of Safari Zone was bad, but I caught so many things, and then you know, got the triple and stuff. I mean, I didn't get Growlithe this run, right? See, that's what's so crazy. I had so many Pokemon. So many Pokemon. No Growlithe, no Victory Road, no Mankey. Like, I don't... It's gonna be interesting to see. Ooh, Bite crits. This is a range, too. I don't know what the range is, but it's not guaranteed to kill. Bite crit's amazing. You avoid... you know, sand attack again. So that makes up for our sand attack on rival 2. Obviously, this attack is great. Or I did? I thought, I don't think, did I? I don't think so. I thought I got Coughing, Grimer, and I don't even remember. Maybe I did. Never mind. I'm so used to just getting... No, I got 4 things, didn't I? I don't know, dude. I don't remember. Yeah, we'll see. I don't fucking remember. So, okay, 1 second. So one thing you could do here that I'm honestly not really sure on is, like, gunning this is... I guess you'd have to ask somebody like NNN or something, but gunning this feels weird to me because Hyperfang doesn't give us Torrent for 27, so you can almost kick this. He's gonna damage you, and again, you do want to get close to Torrent. I mean, the idea is you get close and then you get knocked into Torrent by the slowpokes, but I mean, oh, he misses too. Oh, yeah, that's pretty bad. You save a kick. I mean, you don't want to have to pick up the max ether, so gun's pretty safe as long as he's not going to tail whip. When he's above 70%, when you're above 70% HP, I believe he goes for tail whip most of the time. I think it's 70%. Rat coughing dog grammar. Okay. Well, I don't remember. I'm just been so used to getting yeah, the blade split was nuts then. After the bounty's over, I mean, I don't know, man. I'll probably switch to something else, but dude, you guys cannot understand how badly I want to just have the record post bounty, get the bounty, and then everybody leaves the category. That's what I want more than anything, dude. So, I mean, yeah, we just gotta hope nobody beats this. I definitely wasn't confident that it wasn't gonna get beaten last PB, so my only argument to, like, staying, maybe, I mean, it's so degen though. Like, I should just play something else, but we're in the zone. Like, we're super locked in. We're in the zone. We're like super comfy in terms of, like, understanding the run, and, like, so, like, if I leave and leave and somebody breaks it, like, in 3 months from now, and then, like, I don't know, I'd have to come back, and then derusting this game is just really hard. Like, I've been playing like 4 or 5 days a week for like 3 months, so I'm very needing to change. I mean, again, I say in the video, I think I played like 90% like cracked, like very, very good. I think I made a couple of like small mistakes. Thanks, Jolly. I mean, I strive for perfection in execution and decision making and not making dumb mistakes. That's kind of what I've been trying to do the last couple months, and it's worked. Yeah. You hold down there, and then I just missed. I just pressed right too. That's kind of a hard one to do. I made a couple mistakes. Yeah, I mean, like small things, nothing major. I would say the biggest mistake I made was the Psyduck netball thing. Like, there's probably like a minute to a minute and a half of time save on this run, but I mean, the run was crazy. I mean, so many good things happened. Like, every catch segment was just really good. So, we get the Bellsprout range, which is nice with 30 special. It's not great, so happy about that. I've been missing that a lot too. Well, I've already been playing pretty risky So like, I don't know how to play differently. I mean, most likely. Oh yeah, I didn't mean to pulse this either. It's just it's hard to know. Oh yeah, here's a good spot. So it's hard to know. Like at this point, obviously the run is great, but I could just die to Martha. Like I don't. If I knew that this run was gonna make it to round one, you know you try to lock in, but what I need is like good pace and like thinking I'm not gonna die, and then to like super lock in on stuff because like it's easy to turn your brain off and be like, well, I'm just gonna die to Martha. Yeah, the netball thing was not great. I don't know how I missed that, honestly. But again, there's so many details you gotta know. It's so hard. I don't think I've done that before though. Usually I remember. I don't know what I was thinking about. I really don't. I have no idea. I mean, I was nervous. It was my best run ever. So okay, so we get poisoned here. So normally, if you're like too low, you'd have to antidote early because we ideally we want torrent for this level. So I need to take I need to take 14 ticks, right? 25. Um, and you want to ideally you want to antidote like in the first repel menu in Mount Moon, sorry, in Rock Tunnel. But if I'm at like 30 here, I mean you can't go too low because then you're gonna get set up for Psyducks or slowpokes and stuff. So this doesn't happen a lot, so I'm counting. So I'm kind of hoping I can make it to the repel window. Yeah, I messed that up because yeah, I'm counting and there's the fucking shit on the screen. So we actually make it all the way there, and I antidote and repel in the same menu, and it's perfect torrent. Now I think if I was at 26 here, I probably would take some 1% tiles to get to 25 and then antidotes. Because torrent is like perfect torrent. God, dude, it's so bad. This is a good run at this point. So I mean, 121 ahead of PB. I mean, we're entering Rock Tunnel Split, which is really good. PB or previous PB was really solid, but you can't really rely on these slow pokes to damage you. They're a little troll. Like, he damaged me anyways, but which is why if you're close to torrent, if you need like 3 or 4 damage for torrent, I think it's 3. I think water gun does 3. Then you can water gun that slowpoke first so that you don't flinch it, so he damages you into torrent. But these things are very troll. They either don't damage you when you need them to, or they do too much damage. So 19 out of 75 is good. I am dead to Razor Leaf, so okay, so here's a good spot. So this bite roll sucked. And honestly, this is with Torrent Pulse, it's probably like I don't know the range from here, but there's a good chance this doesn't. I mean, there's a decent chance this doesn't die to Pulse. So, but it does. So, which is great because this just drives me crazy when that doesn't kill. And then, so I did have 2 kicks here. So there's probably a line when you like mineral bites, even in torrents, where kick is better, maybe, but I haven't looked into that at all. But having 2 kicks for this thing is nice because if I miss, he could always. I think I tank Vine Whip from here. Let's see. I don't even have those ranges I don't even have those ranges in my notes. I mean, if you miss kick here, it's kind of fucked. So something to note too is like when you enter this fight, if you're dead to poison powder hit, it's usually better to potion just because he's like you'd have to flinch Or he'd have to not pick poison powder or miss poison powder. So you're always watching out for if you're dead to poison powder. But yeah, if I miss there, dead to Razor Leaf, I'm not sure if I tank Vine Whip. It doesn't really matter. I mean, he could status miss you, but if you live after missing, I mean, you generally gotta like super potion and whatnot. So we did bottom hiker, so we got to do Lenny, and so Lenny has one extra Pokemon. Again, you do this because you need to hit level 33 before Giovanni so that you can triple rare candy. If you forget the correct hiker combination and you get to pass the Arbok and you're not 33, it's probably just cooked. I mean, it's 100% cooked. You'd have to like fight an additional trainer and stuff. And the what sucks is you can't really fix it. Like I think I had a run before that like I messed up. Good movement there. That's like trickier rock tunnel movement. I tried to fight the Clefairy trainer instead of the Growlithe Vulpix trainer, thinking I would get more experience, and it doesn't work. Or maybe that was on a death. That actually might work. Maybe. If you somehow forgot. That trainer kind of sucks though. So we have Torrent for 31, which is good. Dude, what? I mean, three bike mistakes this split. No, 4 bike mistakes this split. Jeez. Green splits are like a blessing and a curse. They lock you in because the run is actually good, but then you get like semi-nervous. I mean, I know it's kind of silly to get nervous like at this point, but when you die to early game a lot, like when you die on good runs post Martha a lot, you know, it's and you're just, with how much we YOLO in the beginning too, you don't really want like dying like you're just not used to getting here on good pace. And then same thing with this split. You can also just miss 4 mega kicks and be like bad run. So this is good HP. Did I miss mega kick this run? I missed on Drowsy. I think I missed one then, right? Yeah, that sounds right. I missed 1 kick, which is amazing, obviously. I don't know if I've talked about this guy before. I used to not do this. I used to just do chicken strats and go right, but the rule is like you need to go 1 tile to the right of where I am. Now, what can happen is when you start going down, if he just moves left, you can just go straight, which is nice. If I had like insane reaction time, I could react to him moving left here, but you have to go on this line unless he's on this tile because he can hit you. So the muscle memory there is jump the ledge and then go right. And if you jump the ledge and he starts moving left, you can just go straight and you're fine. But it's not that hard to do. You can also track him. Like I've seen Pokeguide track him, but in like glitchless and stuff, and just get right behind him. But just not doing that. You don't even need to do that. This is, oh no, this is not. So this is torn for 31. This is not torn for 32. So I was gonna do right hiker here, but we get the quick attack. So what's up, Glitchymon? Thank you for the raid. We are watching my PB from yesterday that I think a lot of people saw, but it was very early in the day, so we were just doing commentary on it. I just did commentary. I mean, I just PB'd like 2 months ago, the other one, so it's just, grinding Yeah, I mean, again, I wish I was on the West Coast because this is the time that I want to do stuff, you know. But I realize it's, you know, early for West Coast people, but I can't help that I'm on the East Coast. I think it would be, if I was on the West Coast, it'd be perfect because then I could like start stream at like 7 or 8 or 9, and that's like reasonable for most other people. But my stream is very EU friendly, but it tends to not be very West Coast friendly, depending on when people actually watch or like wake up and stuff. Yeah, 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 yeah. Earliest I ever started was 6:15 EST, which is like pretty early. What's nice about this run happening too is I in the last like 2 weeks, I've made like 2 or 3 critical errors in the run. Um, due to like fatigue or just something weird. So that's what you like really try to avoid is critical errors. Like, I mean, I guess netball Psyduck was a like not a. I mean, that was pretty bad. But and then also, I never realized for some reason that you could pulse high level Psyduck. I think I'm just not used to high level Psyduck, so we know that for now. We know that for now that you just pulse there. I'm just so used to muscle memory of like swapping and stuff. So we didn't skip escape rope this run, so I didn't have to pick up the one on this split. I like that strat. I think it's kind of dependent on your ball count and your potion count and stuff, and your overall setup with what you've caught before. So I need to have at least 4 potions. I mean, 5 would be safe. Oh yeah, I do that. So yeah, I do this in the previous record too, which is weird because I've done this a million times and I don't know why it didn't work there, but I actually reacted pretty well here. If you hit this tile, you just go around and do that. So it's not even that bad, but it's kind of funny that I did that in both PBs when I never do that. Again, this was really early in the day, so I was still warming up a little bit, derusting. Well, this wasn't really a derust, obviously, but the guy on your right, your son. Yeah. So this HP is good. In a perfect scenario, it's not perfect though. In a perfect scenario, okay, so let me just do the math on this one. So 15, 17, 19, 22, 24. Torrent is 36. So we need to take 12 damage. No, 13 damage. 13 damage to have Torrent for Giovanni. So unfortunately that is impossible, I believe, because unless he crits me with Poison Sting or Bite or something. But what would be nice is if Bite gives you Torrent for Giovanni, that's perfect. But we were a little too high for that, so we're gonna be right outside. Can skip this. So we're at 44 out of 109. Torrent is 36, so I need 8 damage here. Maybe I did need 13 damage. Too early, bro. So this is bad HP. Or it's not, I would say it's not the worst HP. The worst HP would be like if Fake Out didn't give you Torrent, but you're dead to 2 Mega Punches. That would be like the worst HP. What's up, Bang? Thank you for the raid. Thank you, Lantern. What's up, Vane? Thank you, Satisfaction. Yeah, the 2-time, dude. Can you believe it? So we get. I broke the world record yesterday morning. Again. Can't believe I said. Can't believe I mean, I can believe it. I mean, again, I've said this a million times, but like 2 or 3 months into this, 2 months into this grind, I felt pretty confident in my abilities. So, and I've been grinding pretty hard. So, just fishing for a run that gets good catch segments, which is, I mean, that's what this one was. So yeah, Fake Out There was good. It gave us Torrent, and we tanked Mega Punch, so it's fine. And then he Potion to 44 is solid too. And yeah, thank you for the grats, Penguin. Do I think I have to change strats to beat the new world record? I don't think so. I mean, we're playing extremely optimally and risky. We've already been doing that, so I will say that what I will probably need to try to do is like reset to pace more. Because there's just some runs early on that we're just gonna have to exclamation point jump, you know, like kind of just gotta not waste our time on runs that are shit. So I've been dogging on Pewter Skip for the last 2 weeks, but I mean it was perfect this run. I will say that the catch segments in this run didn't really make a whole lot of sense. They were just, I mean, they were so fucking good. They were so good. Like we caught so many things. We caught so many things. It was crazy. Like being able to pewter skip and also skip Victory Road catches is like like doesn't make sense. I think we can beat this time. I mean, I'm gonna be playing and I'm gonna be grinding the same amount pretty much. Ooh, crit there. We're just gonna fish for a better run somehow. But I don't think. Again, I'm not really sure how it's gonna look tomorrow. I mean, I'll be doing runs all day tomorrow. I'm not really sure. Running against this run is kind of a little sus. That's my best ever E4 round one time by like a minute and a half. So, which is funny because that's basically my best ever E4 round one time was pre-Clemmy. And so this is like that time with Clemmy, basically, which was my pre-Clemmy was 237 3x or something. Yeah. Yeah, which means it's a legitimate record, I guess now. And people say the other one wasn't legitimate because, well, you know, Clemmy time save. Which is somewhat fair. Oh god. Okay. So this is such a bad situation. But so this run is currently good. I mean, I'm a minute 12 ahead of PB. Going minute 12 ahead of PB with all the time save available because, again, PB, you know, dies to the coughing and just Blaine Split is shit, and then I die, I lose over a minute in Victory Road, and I die to, like, I have so much time save. So, like, we're a minute 12 ahead, which is solid, with, like, decent pewter skip odds. So this is really bad. What you're supposed to do here is you're supposed to just nest ball this and just pray. What the other option is again what I do here, which is just you spam until he uses curse or try to wake up. So it's definitely just correct to just, I mean, nest ball is 62.5% to catch, and if it breaks out, it's, see, the issue with this is, like, if I throw nest ball, it breaks out. Even if he curses me and I use great ball, it's still 78%. So what happens when you get 62 breakout into 78 breakout, and then you don't have any, like, like, you know, then you're fucked. Then it's just dead, dude. And this run was decent, so yeah, I just waited until he used curse. I could have also woken up, and crit him. But yeah, 15 Ghastly is kind of shit. So yeah, you want to save the nest ball for Tenta because of Tenta. You got to get to, I think it's this tile. It's actually the next tile, I think, but you walk to this tile so that you can pick up the elixir and not get an encounter. You're gonna take your shirt off. Well, that's not in the video, but that's in the VOD. Why did I do that again? I mean, dude, I was fucking hyped, dude. I mean, we all got debated by Dennis's splits a little bit. I never noticed, but I mean, yeah, his champ 2 split was for bounty average was bad. So I mean, yeah, being behind and then having to full restore, I was like, we're fucked. Like, it's over. Like, it's not under bounty. But then it just was, you know. Which I think that added to the hype. That's why, yeah, I think this run was so hyped, dude. And again, I'm so glad we got Hydro Pump, because I was debating Earthquaking with 1 Sandstorm because to try to get the bounty. So we almost got debated. So that's why I'm glad I was forced into heal because of extreme speed. I did calc out what the range actually was, which got us the bounty eligible. It was a 10, I think it was a 10 and 16. I looked at the attack that we had, and then plus 2 Sandstorm ticks was, yeah. So you missed that 10 and 16, and we don't get the bounty eligible time. I don't know what it was with 1. Probably not great. So very weird hydro pump out. Very weird. Just send it hydro pump, but. Yeah, we're talking about Icy's run. I feel bad with people talk about that run way too much. It's a good reference, though. I mean, again, it's a good reference for, like, saying, like, yeah, the potential for this run is just better than people think. It's just not realistic to just get extremely good luck throughout and not die. That's just not really realistic. I mean, that's what this run was, man. I mean, no early Pika, but pewter skip, and then no deaths, and just extremely good catch, really good catch segments. So our HP right now, I think, is fine. We're gaining 5, so I'll be at 33. Yeah, 33 is not 33 is not amazing, but I can't potion. So again, this is why defense HP matters a lot. Because we were arranged to die to Wheezing, which is why I went for the range. It's like hard to say that going for the range versus bite. Bite just feels so bad to me. I think the only way to know is you'd have to look at like how much time it saves to like evolve a bug versus like the death, you know? But I mean, you can still bite, not flinch, and get sludge poison, so and then it's really bad. All right, so we get cans, and again, also I've always done these cans one frame incorrectly, just because I like the consistency of like talking to the can from the rights. But I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, you could always just bonk this first one, but you need to hold in and press A and not get a turn frame in order to make this work. But it also works if you just talk to the can from the left and the right. That path works too. What's up, Upset? So this is the second can, which is great. And then, yeah, so we saved, again, this is with a new program. So we get more save Squirtles because we don't have to 5-bag. So we get the fast save, which is great. And then, yeah, it's just 2-1, which is the second best cans. I don't know what the fuck I was doing. Oh my god, what was that? Oh my god. What the fuck did I just do? Oh my god, that was not safe. What the fuck? I just had a stroke or something. I think I just was so excited that it was the can. And then I tried to turn I don't know. There's no way this was work. And yeah, so I do this thing where like what you're supposed to do is you need to react to this guy looking away. So sometimes I'll get like anxious and like try to time it better. That's why I did the turn frame here, because he was like sitting there for a long time. I mean, there's no way this was safe. But again, if you get hit, it's like I just have to reset again, which is bad. But yeah, that was bad. That was bad. Again, I found myself that I found myself not to get like amazing early game as much. I mean, again, the previous PB was, you know, 238.22, so like, and I have not gotten a 237 entry time post Clemmy until this run. I mean, I skipped it, right? But that's why like my last PB was like, you know, the entry wasn't that good, but I mean, I just happened to just get really, really good post game. But this run is different, obviously way different from that. It's just our entry time was insane. I think it's the second best entry time ever. I know Gunner's gotten the high 236, and I know Pokeguy's gotten the high 236. I don't know if Charlie's gotten one, but and then Icy had the one that was 235 with DS conversion and stuff. Scary. Bro, you call me ugly? This guy's calling me ugly. The right can was left, so it was the second can we checked. I mean, you wouldn't check up because the guy, you'd have to bagman up the guy. Okay, so all right, so we got trolled by these guys too. So as you can see, when I open the bag, he's already looking. I mean, he made it easy for me. He didn't like frame perfectly look up, but I know here now that. So in this spot, there's a couple things you could do. So I like Bagmanip here, basically because the top left biker is looking up. And what you could do is like you could react to him looking away and look left, and then you gotta wait for him to look again. Like you know, what you could do. There's so many ways to do this, but let's say if the guy was looking, if the top left biker was looking down, what you could do if you were like super optimal instead of bag manipping is like reaction, we react, move 2 tiles to the left, so the bottom guy, when the bottom guy looks away. And then if the top left guy was looking down, you could then react to him looking away and then go left and down. But once I saw the bottom hiker or bottom biker looking up, I was committing to using a bag manip because the top left guy was not in the way. So this just works. So, and there is Dennis was doing a different biker thing that I don't know. I might look into, because, or maybe it's TMG. Somebody does those slightly better, so that you don't get that scenario, that quick spin on that bottom guy. So we are currently over a minute ahead of PB entering Safari Zone, with all the time save still around in this run. Okay, so this is a buy that I've started to do on like a good run, just because, I mean, I like it. I like 2 full heals here, mainly because if you get burned by Blaine in torrents, it's kind of nice, like, to be able to use a full heal, and then you have a full heal for Sabrina too. I'm also a big max repel guy. I like buying 4 or 5. I don't know. I don't know if this buy is bad or not, but this buy was aiming towards skipping the Carbos, but I shouldn't have picked up the Carbos this run. I shouldn't have. It was stupid. But I'm still kind of feeling out whether I don't love skipping it is the problem. I don't know. I really just like picking it up, and but it was overkill this run. I shouldn't. That was, I guess, you can call that a mistake. I guess I shouldn't have picked it up. But more improvement for next run. Obviously we have Paris, so we're avoiding grass tiles. Okay, so Parasect. I think I could. Oh, I did. No, I run from this. I'm still like not sure I love Parasect, like trying to catch it. I mean, you could double rocket, but what's up, Dan? You could double rocket. I don't know what I was thinking here. I think I was of the mindset of like, I'm tired of skipping pewter, so like if you try to catch this, you're basically saying like I really need to skip pewter. Part of me really just wants to just do pewter and have clean, like, get out of this place early. So I mean, yeah, you could double rock that if you wanted to, or try to catch it, but well, actually, that's also not great because you can get it in entrance too. If you candy EV, when you candy EV, you end up with Parasect, Nidorina, and Nidorino. So catching that early there is probably bad. That was probably correct to run. 5% Nido female is, yeah, this was the weirdest Safari ever. 5% Nido female, quite good. What's up, Absolian? Thank you. And we get it on the second ball. It's good. 50%. So obviously still need to stay because we don't have Dodo or Venonat. So there's Dodo. Actually, let me bring up hold on. Let me bring up let's bring up the Gunner chart. Gunner Poke Guy chart. So I can give you guys exact percentages on stuff. All right, so Dodo is great. So we catch it. So now, generally speaking, when you get Dodo in area 3 and you want to go entrance, so we're gonna go entrance because there's Rhyhorn and Venonats, and you just want to get Venonat here. So yeah, we get Venonat, which is, and then obviously here you're praying it doesn't run away. This is 41% catch. You're praying it doesn't run away. But yeah, we get on second ball, which is great. So now, because we got Venonat here, the best odds for a good encounter is, because of not having Nidoran male, because Nidoran male is higher level in Area 2, we can repel away Paris in Area 2 to try to get Nidoran, because if I repel there, then it repels away Nidoran's male, the small one. So we go for this is 88%. Now sometimes there is scenarios where you can go back to Area 1. I probably shouldn't have tried to leave here, but I haven't really messed with this. Technically, you should probably stay here, or maybe I don't know. It's weird. I liked what I had here with Dodo, Venonat, Nidoran. Dodo, Venonat, Nidoran female. I mean, bro, you're chilling. You're chilling. I think there's. Sorry, what did you say? What's the most amount of time you want to stay in the safari? I mean, Safari's fast to catch stuff if it goes well. So, I mean, ideally, catching most things, yeah, would be good. That's why Puff is so good, because let's say we had Puff here. Let's say this is Nidoran male and we have Puff here. I could just leave and have Puff for the extra 2, and then we're not camping, and then get like Execute in Berry Forest. That would be ideal. Or like, and then get like, I don't know, Nidorino or something. So Nidorina. So this is just so weird. So weird. I don't think I've ever had a Safari that was like this. So, did I get an encounter before? No, this is the first one, right? So, we have Nidoran female, Nidorina, Doduo, and Venonat, which is so weird. So our encounter chance is still amazing, 82.3%. Now, bro, now, hold on. If I'd gotten this, no, we still would have stayed. So, now you can't do the trade the other way. It only works for Nido female. Or no, wait. No, yeah. It doesn't work. You can't trade Nido female for Nido male. Which is, if you could, then that would be kind of cool, because we would save. Right, I wouldn't get into this scenario, but I really wanted that Nidorino. I'll put the commentary on YouTube. Yes, I'll actually edit it and stuff. So eggs here, amazing. Oh, dude, just so good. This Safari is just heat right now. Now, again, you're probably like, I think someone in chat was telling me to leave, or someone will say it at some point, but we got eggs, so we're 58.8% for a good encounter, and we don't have Nido male, so I can't leave without Nidorino or Nidoran male, pretty much, just because that's 3 Pokemon. But so here is like, bro, if I get this Nidorino, we just leave, and I'll just be down a Nido male, and that's completely fine. And he leaves. I mean, honestly, well, it's also kind of weird, because if I got Nidorino there, it's 47%. So now it's really awkward, because we catch this, which is like, so I'm like freaking out here, because it's like, we still kind of need Nido male. I mean, I've caught everything in Safari Zone except the male Nido line. I mean, I didn't catch like Venom other Parasects, but those are kind of 50-50. So right now it's 35.3% for a good encounter. So this is a tricky spot, because those odds are not amazing, considering also Nidorino is a Rockmon, so like, it's just not good, you know? And honestly, I'd be curious to see what other top runners of the game would do here, but I mean, it's so good to just spike Nidoran male. But you could leave and do pewter to make up. That's definitely an option. That's 100%. You could definitely do that and just be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna leave without the male Nido line, and we'll make up the 2 Pokemon in pewter. Or you just spike Nido and male. So let's see how much time we lose here. So this, I think, in the whole run, this was the section that I lost the most time on. So there's Rhyhorn, so that's 1 encounter. But I still think it's just so good to get male Nido. This is 2 encounters. So up until this point, the Safari was so fucking good. And so there's Nidorino. So yeah, just please get in. No, gone. That's 3 encounters. Oh my god, 4 encounters. I'm really sad now because it's so we've lost 45 seconds. Oh my god, we've lost 55 seconds. Yeah, so that was the biggest chunk of time loss in the run. We lost 55 seconds if you count like rocking and fleeing and stuff, which is like kind of crazy, you know. But again, so if we had just gotten Nido Male or Nidorino, I mean, dude, this time, I mean, this could have been like 323, honestly. Like if that went slightly better, and I didn't make 2 or 3 small mistakes and didn't get minus attack Mewtwo, bro, this was just like the run, you know. I would say it was like a 9.5. It was like a 9.5 out of 10 before we lost a minute to getting Nido Male. So I know people think this was like the best, like this was not as good as the other Safari. It was great in the sense that we caught a lot of things, but bro, if we had just gotten Nidorino, it would have been great. Yeah, but like burning 55 seconds for Nido Male, I mean, it counts as 3 Pokemon, so it's like it's worth it, but that was the first Nido Male that I saw in the whole Safari Zone, which is kind of silly. But I'm pretty sure you gotta. I'm not really sure what the correct play is, but 35.8% with Repel, and you know, it's worth 3 Pokemon. But now, I mean, this is the easiest pewter skip of all time, so which is good because I'm not sweating pewter at all because this is, I mean, bro, we save a candy because of 2 female Nidos. I have Doduo, Venonat, Paris, Execute, Rhyhorn. But yeah, it was silly that we didn't get a lot of Nidoran males. So I'd say an 8, 8.5 maybe. I don't know. Rating Safari's awkward. I would not give it a 9 though. It was cracked until you know, we got the 5 encounters or something before getting Nido Male. It was very, very good though. So now, because of our defense, Sludge from Wheezing does 30 to 36. And we're at 33. And I was not able to potion. Are you scared? I mean, scared is an interesting word to use. I mean, I'm not stupid. I know it can happen. I would say that. Will it happen in less than 2 months? I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. It just needs a pretty fucking good run. So like this one, you think about all the things that can kill runs. You know, I mean, I'm really hoping it doesn't, especially now. You know, bro, $5,000 would be amazing, dude. That's why I can't leave. I just can't leave. I can't. Okay, yeah. So because if somebody beats us by 1 second and I just am playing Emerald, I'll just if there wasn't a bounty, I would leave. Yeah. But we just got to keep grinding and try to beat this, and you know, because let's say I beat this by, I don't know, 10 seconds, and then somebody gets a beats this time by like 2 seconds, then we still get the bounties though. Gunner's world record before the catch skip was 3:27:01. So doing the Clemmy skip stuff, this run is better than that run. So, but it's hard to calculate all the Clemmy's time save stuff. But it's like 75 to 90 seconds. So. But we're playing really well, so I'm gonna keep grinding. So, yeah. So, 30 to 36. When you're in range, so when you're in range to die to the wheezing, you kind of have to just go for the range. It's 6 and 16, which is not great. So missing here is like I'm pretty much like sure we're gonna die. But luckily, he rolls a 32. So we actually tank and don't get poisoned, which is like, I think I like pause here for a second because I'm not expecting to die. And again, if you die, you just evolve the bug, but it's still slow. So yeah, living on 1, pretty dope. Early Pikachu is getting Pika in Forest with the bugs, which lets you skip power plants. It's the best route that this game has. But it's Pikachu's 5%, so and you can't camp. You're not gonna camp the forest at a 5% encounter, and you don't need it for any good time, but it helps a lot, you know. My sleepy chiding. Oh god dang, dude! I've done this twice now in the last 2 weeks. I overshoot. I overshoot it like slightly. And then press A here. And what's annoying is it actually takes you out of this menu, which is really stupid. I just lost like 3 seconds there, which is just bad. So as you can see by the splits, I mean, we're still behind PB a lot, but we're going into a split where there's a shitload of time save because PB gets wrecked. But power plant's obviously not the best. Power plant's been kind of shitty lately. So, I mean, everyone's been down this road. I mean, you just get 12th try Pikachu and then reset. So one of the things that I don't do this run, as you'll see with the next encounter, is, which I don't know why I did this. I just don't really like the fact that there is, with like somewhat modern strats, there's 2 Pokemon you have to coin flip YOLO Ball. It just feels so bad. So if it's 25, you kind of have to, but because Quick Attack doesn't do a lot here. This may have been 78 here. It needs to be 86%, but if you quick attack into 62% and then break it, that's just fucked. So that's the big reason why you would YOLO Ball this, is because quick attack doesn't put it into 78, it's kind of bad. So here now it's like if he confuses me, I'm just throwing the ball. If he pairs me, I'm just throwing the ball. I think I just guessed that this wasn't 86%. It could have been. Again, this one of those HP things. I just wanted the even though it's slower, I wanted the consistency. Visual key, I mean, you kind of just have to guess. I mean, I don't know what 86% looks like. It also varies by Magnemite HP IV too, as I've learned recently. So I attack this again, which is kind of bad, but I don't know. I really like this run. This is the first run of the day. I didn't want to get a bunch of breakouts in here, you know. So this is guaranteed for sure. Or no, this is guaranteed, yeah. The sub 70% is guaranteed, so that was a little slow, but consistent. Again, I don't know how I feel about Yola Ball on 22 mag. 25 you have to, yeah. So we get Pikachu. So no shenanigans here. I also opt for Great Ball here, which we've been using. Again, I bought 2 Great Balls to be able to buy 2 full heals and not be down a ball. Pikachu Great Ball is sub 44%, which looks like that could be it. It's 78 at 44 exactly and guaranteed below that. So I kind of just, again, guessed that this was 43%. It's hard to know. But you want to try to get rid of this Great Ball. I would say the best spots for Great Ball would be, I mean, Coughing is the best spot for Great Ball. So obviously, the freest pewter skip ever. I have a billion Pokemon, and we got all 3 in here. Eggs, Venonats, everything in Safari except the crazy ones. So obviously, this is so easy to pewter skip here. So that was very good power plants, no breakouts. I mean, I weakened Mag twice, which is a little slow, but can we talk about no parental Pika? I mean, static is more likely, right? Okay, 13 Tentacool. So I am fairly sure that this is only 78 with nests, so it's guaranteed if it's like lower HP. I don't remember the exact HP. I just remember that Ghastly is 13 and 14 is 78 nest ball. But obviously if it's even lower than this, it's guaranteed, I believe. But this at least gives you 2 chances for 78%. And then again, yeah, you would like to use nest ball over net ball here because of netball Psyduck and also netball Venomoth. So yeah, this thing is a big annoyance in the run. It would honestly almost even be better to just like not get it here. I mean, I've never actually looked into that, but if you don't have nest ball here, I feel like you could just repel this and get it on islands, because on islands it's higher level, isn't it? And you could maybe weaken it with water pulse, because level 8. Okay, well then that was definitely 78 then. I feel like no nest ball, you could just repel here and just go through, because again, the ball count on this split, if you're YOLOing Coughing and doing plants, and you're YOLOing Coughing and Magnemite, it's just sketchy, you know. So you can't really afford like 50% YOLO balls on a Tentacool breakout. So I've never actually thought about that until now, but you could maybe just skip Tentacool here and then get it on islands. It's worse to get it on islands because the water tiles, you'd have to go back and forth more unless you got lucky and got it early. Obviously, watch out for this swim. I think he did something weird this round. Yeah, he's like here, which is interesting. He can't move left there, right? Because he already moved up. I've actually never seen him move up there. Yeah, you would opt for nest instead of net though, because nest doesn't. The only use for nest post Tenta is Route 22 Mankey, I believe. Or I mean, yeah, you can use it on Rat, but that's sort of overkill. Hold on, let me pee. One sec. I did world record again, yes. By 1 minute and 6 seconds. Yesterday morning. That's what we're watching right now. Yes, sir. I will be running until the bounty deadline. And praying nobody beats this time. How'd you celebrate? I can't celebrate. I'm not gonna celebrate until the 13th. I'll celebrate like crazy after the 13th. I feel better. We qualify for the bounty, and I will make this. I will. I promise. So I shouldn't have got the Carbos this run. Our ball count was good, and there hasn't been any issues. What I've been trying to do is like with the Ultra Ball, with the 9 Ultras 2 Great Ball buy in Fuchsia, I've been trying to like skip this when I don't get a lot of breakouts. When I get no breakouts on this split, I pick it up anyways. I think because this run is just really solid. I just know how easy the pewter skip is from here, and we've caught a lot of stuff, so you're gifting. Why would I do that? No, I'm gonna pay off another student loan, I think. If it happens. Would you have break previous world record? Yes. Yes. It's hard to say exactly, but I mean this is 1 minute 36 seconds faster than the pre-Clemmy world record, so. Oh yeah. Oh, this was weird. This was really weird. I just realized. This actually this was a weird spot. Oh, this was too risky. I should have used bite here. Why I don't know why I pulsed. I sort of guessed that pulse wasn't gonna kill. That was a little sketchy. That was a little sketchy. I think I just thought I thought pulse didn't get it low enough to be able to pulse it again. That's close though. That's really close. I should not have pulsed this. I should have used bite. But I mean, pulsed it into guaranteed, so I don't think that was the worst decision in the world, but definitely sketchy. Yep. Okay, so Radicates into... I haven't seen this thing very often. Although, again, it's ironic because this run is just so overkill. Like, I don't even need this. So Growlithe Great Ball is also sub 44%. So this was lower than the Pikachu, so I'm pretty sure this is sub 44. Because yeah, you want to get rid of the Great Balls there. The Pikachu one is probably bad. I should have used it on. Oh yeah, and then I get this too. I've been getting those who have watched the stream for the last like month. My mansions have been quite bad. I've been getting, as you know, with the coughing explosion stuff, and like most mansions have just been Raticate coughing. But Raticate into Dog into Grimer is like super good. So here is kind of a tricky spot. So 45% for a good encounter. I ran out of Great Balls, Mike. I used one on Pikachu and I used one on Growlithe, so the Grimer would have been better at using it on Pikachu was probably bad. Because I wasn't 100% sure that was sub 44, but so 45% for Coughing, Ditto, and Little Rat. Now, I opt for Repel here because, bro, I have so many fucking Pokemon. It's crazy. So I don't need to... Plus, again, it's like, Coughing is just gonna fucking self-destruct. So, like, you could camp here. Like, if I didn't have a lot of planned, I mean, you could definitely camp here, but like, bro, I didn't need, it's just so overkill to camp here. Generally 40 to 45 with coughing is not amazing. Just because coughing is not, once seeing a coughing is not guaranteed to catch it, you know? So, and we've had that disaster before, obviously. So I opt for repel. We're not close enough to be able to YOLO the tiles. I think, let's say if I was like, let's say we caught the Grimer like here. If you're somewhat close to the key, then you could YOLO, then it's not worth repelling. But I was probably gonna get like 3 more encounters. But if you're close, don't repel and then try to get to the key. And if you get an encounter, just hope it's in the 45%. And if it's not, you don't camp and like it's whatever. But yeah, that was amazing. Like, that was really solid. Eradicate into Growlithe into Grimer. Just awesome. So our plan is like crazy right now. Thanks, Cairo guy. And I don't even have Pidgey. I don't have Little Rats. I don't have Ekans. I don't have Mankey. There's still so many more things to catch. All right, so obviously we know about this. So we do outspeed the Rapidash at 29. Yeah, I think it's, again, this run was great. This one was very, very good. But there's still improvements. I know it seems crazy, but there's still improvements. It's just, it's hard. It's just gotten even harder than it was before. So at this point, so okay, as you can see the time save, we saved a shitload of time. So I am 29 catches, and I'm even catches with PB, and I'm a minute 22 ahead, and PB dies and loses a minute 15 seconds catching. So I'm like, bro, I'm like 3 minutes. Like, if things go right, I'm like 3 minutes ahead, roughly, of PB if I don't die and Victor Road catch goes well. So at this point in the run, after that split, I mean, that split was amazing. I mean, we caught 6 things, no breakouts, like no extra encounters. Like, oh, dude, this was just such a good split. You just don't see that very often. So at this point in the run, I think I say it in the video, but I say I was like, I think this is just the run, because it felt like the run, and it was. I mean, this pace is just so good. So we're ahead of the bounty time at this point, which is fucking hard. Okay, so my ball count is good. I'm at 71 HP now. This is kind of not, I don't need to do this here. I would have to super potion and then special on Weezing. So like, we're pretty far away from Torrent, but I mean, again, if I just get like Furo into like, I don't know, Fury Attack crit or something, like you could definitely get to Torrents. You don't lose anything going here early. The only sketchy thing about this is like, if you get low on, your ball count gets low. So I have 5 ultras, so like I feel pretty decent about early pony here. Now what's bad with, and I don't know what I would have done here. It's probably still correct, but technically you could get a line where you go here and it's like Geodude breakouts, and then Furo breaks out of 362%. So I would say this was probably bad to do, but Torrent is just so consistent, but we're like pretty far away. Like I took what 9 damage there. If the previous encounter was Firo that Fury attacked us, we'd end up with Torrent with both of those catches. So I think this worked out. I wouldn't say it was bad. I wouldn't say it was good either. It's just those like it's also, well, it's more than just like the biker admin fight. It's also if you miss the Grimer range out of torrents and then get like sludge poison, it's just fucked, dude. It's so bad. No, you would never stay with Pony, especially early Pony. Absolutely not. No shots. But you also need to like you need to play a little differently here. So which comes from experience, but it's also understanding how many Pokemon you have at this point. Because right now it's like I am omega fine on getting 60, like probably like more than I've been on a lot of runs that I've done. It's with 34 Pony there too. It's like there's so many things left. So, and we got the trifecta, so a lot of times you're going to be playing a little aggressively on camp percentage, because you're usually not this flush with Pokemon. So, but now I need to not play like that. I need to sort of play better percentage odds, because I'm trying to avoid duplicate encounters that are like unnecessary. So you got to play a little different in this spot. How much time is it getting torrent? I mean, you save at least a turn, but I mean, I'll show you in a second. Where is he? Okay, so this is Paxton. So when you have torrent, you can one-shot this thing, which is really nice because this thing has smokescreen, only review commentary. Yeah, I have the day off tomorrow, so we'll be back on the grinds tomorrow for a long day. The setup for this fight is if you don't have torrent, you have to heal to a range where you tank self-destruct and then set up a next special, because again, this doesn't die at +0. So now he hits you into torrent, and you're at +1. Now, if he just uses like smokescreen, you can still kill it. So here, how much does this do? So Muck does 25 to 30. So if I miss the range here, we're 1 in 4 to die, but you can't really play around that, like dying, because it's random AI. So at +1 and torrent, it's a what is it? 11 and 16. So we get the 11 and 16 range. So that was chill. Awesome. If you miss the range there and get sludge, you can evolve the bug, but it's just not great. So all right. So again, I wasn't supposed to pick up the Carbos this run. It's just definitely a small mistake I made, but the run's really good, so I liked having it. So I do kind of a weird buy here because I have a lot of money. 325.25. Unless they counted me wrong. Unless I like split wrong again, because I'm notorious for that. Did it get verified yet? Probably not. Maybe? They're still verifying it, I think. Yeah, it did not get verified yet, but so what I did here was this buy is really stupid. I don't know. I don't know why I did this. I realized at this point I was like I shouldn't have got the Carbos. I have way too many ultras. It's overkill. So my plan here was I wanted to buy some max repels, and then I actually buy a hyper potion this run, which I never do. Which actually it actually kind of makes sense with Carbos to buy 2 of these. The reason that Hyper Potion is good is because you want to be flush with healing items for round 1 and round 2, so that you don't have to pick up the extra one, or God forbid, like buy more for round 2. So having an extra max repel and an extra, I mean, I had way too many healing items this game, or this run, but worth not getting full restore. If you need to, picking up the full restore there is like early peek a skip and you use a healing item already, and you're down to 1. So this buy was bad. I shouldn't have done. I should have. But I didn't know what Mansion was going to look like, but I didn't know I was going to get Growlithe, but I like Carbo Skip is just, or picking up the Carbos is just comfy in general. I also like having extra max repels here to be able to play around like certain things on the last split, as well as like potentially max repelling here. So that buy was bad, but safe. But yeah, looking back, should have skipped the Carbos. So normally we usually have Pidgey here a lot, so I actually don't have Pidgey. I like repelling Bond Bridge, because you can get like 3 encounters here, and like this is a good place to get Pidgey. I don't really believe in not repelling this when you have Pidgey, or I don't really believe in not repelling this when you have Pidgey, because what if you just get 3 fucking Pidgeys? It's just stupid. But so of course we get another Pidgey, which is, it's fine. Nothing you can really do about this, but it's not bad. 1 extra encounter. That could have been a lot of other things, but this is also a spot where you could potentially use that extra repel from Escape Rope Skip to, like, I could have did a small repel right after getting Pidgey. That's an option too. But here, let me find it. So once you get Pidgey, the chance for a good encounter is 30, 35, 50, 60, 65% after Pidgey in this area to get a good encounter. One of those is... That's right? Yeah. But a lot of that is 30. A lot of those, like a Pidgeotto, is more likely than not to be 34, which means you can't candy it, but... Okay, pretty standard, 93% blizzards. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow, though. It's gonna be fun. I love this game, dude. I love this category, dude. It's such a good category. So much fun. Even though, I really, I want to improve this time. I know that seems fucking degenerate, but we're in our peak, dude. We're just peak performance. So like, I don't want to leave. I can't. I just can't. It's just too dangerous. I can't risk anyone beating this. If there wasn't $5,000 on the line, I would definitely move on, but need to be absolutely sure. Let's see. So Gloom. So Gloom is kind of, you gotta, when you use Bite on the first Gloom, or on Gloom, what you're doing is you're checking to see how much damage it does. If you get it too close to 50%, there's a chance if you bite again that you get some high roll and kill it. I guess he moonlighted, right? On the first one. Yeah, so this is like standard. It's annoying. You can actually lose a lot of time on this thing. So we're here and it's flinch. So here you could go for 62% catch. That wouldn't be crazy, but it's just very consistent with flinch. So basically, if I didn't flinch there and got parried, I would go for 60, or put to sleep. I'd go for 62. But this is an easy bite again, because it'll be guaranteed now. I mean, it's annoying. See, this is the annoying part. You get statused. He could have also moonlighted on that turn too, but 62 is, if I throw the Ultra Ball there and it breaks out and then it moonlights or like puts me to sleep, it's just so fucked. So para here is very annoying, unfortunately. Hold on, my camera been messed up this whole time? No. So yeah, para's annoying. So sometimes if you're later into the forest, you can delay, you can like hold this para. Now, I can't hold it now because of Pidgeotto. Because if you get fully para, like if you're slower and get Whirlwind or something, like, yeah, you don't want to get fully para into Whirlwind. So, see, this is why Pidgey is, this is why Berry Forest, this is also why Route 3 is super annoying, because you just see this thing everywhere. It's just like, it's impossible to just not see this thing 3 or 4 times in a run. I had one run the other week, like last week, where I didn't even see this thing at all, but like this, it's 10% here, so like, there's just nothing you can do here. Our odds for a good encounter after Gloom are 30, 40, 45, 50, so the general, I'm very flush with Pokemon for sure, so I don't really know how. Well, no, so I can't use a Repel because I don't have Oddish yet, and if I use an extra Max Repel to avoid the 50%, I mean, when we miss out on Pidgeotto, and then I don't want to be repelled for Cape Brink, so I can't really repel here. I think in the run I was basically saying get me to the water so that I can skip this. Like I was really hoping to get, like, I mean, if you get Pidgeotto here and then take the water and then you're done, is perfect. So I get an extra Gloom. So now, again, I could take the, no, you wouldn't take the water here now because it's still 50%, and 50% odds are not great, but I mean, Pidgeotto's worth 2 with Candy, so so yeah, this is what you want to see. Pidgeotto 37. So you always pulse this, and it's 1.5% to die. I mean, it also can die to like really high roll, confuse, hurt self. So dude, look at my face, bro. So I can't believe this happened. I think this is 15% to fail. I think it's you have to check me on that one. I don't know if anyone knows in chat, but I think it's 15%. Or maybe it's 15%. Okay, yeah. I was right. So it's Whirlwind fail. Yeah, Whirlwind fail is 15%. Or no, are you saying yes to him or yes to me? My immediate, as soon as when I think about this, oh, okay. Bro, who can I ask? Who can I ask? I think it's 85%. I'm like pretty sure. I'm fairly sure. So I was like popping off here because yeah, Whirlwind there is just so bad. Oh, and then yeah, so bro, this was when I tell you how insanely good this was, like how like changing this was, like getting fail here, catching this, and then I don't even want an encounter here because it's what, 30% for a good encounter. Getting Drowsy here is so good, like unbelievably fucking good. Like, and I've crit this thing before, that's why I was like waiting there. So whirlwind fail into get drowsy when I didn't want an encounter is is so good. I've done a lot of runs and I've never just had this many Pokemon, especially with pewter skip and no mime strats or with Abrastrats and stuff. It's just like we just caught so many fucking things. Surf, red bar is going to be 62% there, which is great. Obviously, this thing can troll you a lot. I've actually had quite decent luck with this on this grind of the game. I would say previous grinds, I mean, you just lose a minute here. So that was awesome. So now we're very flush with Pokemon. I mean, I'm at 55 planned with 2 Candymons available. I don't have Seal marked as a Candymon right now because I haven't caught it yet. So there's 2 Candymons available. I do plan Psyduck. 2 Candymons available. There's still Little Rats. There's still Mankey. There's still Ekans. There's still Machop. There's still Geodude. There's so many, and there's still Oddish, dude. So here's another spot where, again, you're not in this position very often where you just have so many Pokemon. Like, the odds for good encounter here are 40, 50, 55, 60. It's 65% for a good encounter here. Now, this is partially like me being results oriented, but in the previous PB, I didn't camp for Oddish here, which I regretted, and I just got lucky later. But it's like hard to say. Like, this is probably not worth it. I think what I was thinking in this moment, which is hilarious because I forgot I even had fucking netball. I was thinking like Psyduck here is really solid because I can just netball it or weaken it or something. I'd probably weaken it. So, Meowth is great here. So now, this was bad. I should have just left. I should have just left after this thing. Just get the fuck out of here. I don't know why I stayed. But again, it's like, this is such a weird spot. We're 56 planned with a Candymon available and like a million other things. So this camp was bad, probably, but even this thing is just weird. Like, I don't know why this thing showed up. This is 5%. So this is 55% for a good encounter. I was camping Oddish. Part of me was thinking, like, again, Victory Road fucking sucks. So I'm real happy not doing Victory Road. So if I can camp for 30% Oddish and just get it in one ball, that's better than like trying to do fucking Victory Road. Obviously, this is bizarre. Triple Bite, obviously, is fine. And this brings up the Mark trade thing. So there is a trade with Golduck for Lickitung. It's just really bad and super outdated and not necessary at all, because yeah, how often are you going to get Golduck into trade for Lickitung? But 1 and 8, okay. Thank you, Bitter. What's up, Rocketex? I knew it was low. I didn't know exactly. So, so we caught Golduck and Meowth was a Candymon. So we're at 58 planned. So Venonat, Ponyta, Pikachu, Blastoise, Heal, Flareon, drop good menu. Like, so we basically have kept pace with the bounty balanced bounty splits, because I'm at 37 here, but it's actually better. I'm ahead of bounty time, but it's actually even more ahead than you would think, because again, 58 planned, right? And we can skip the Victory Road candy. So now, again, this is just bizarre. I mean, you just don't get runs like this. I've caught so many things From Safari Zone to this point, I've caught so many things. It doesn't even make sense. I mean, dude, I could have stayed for Oddish, you know? And like top end, I don't know. Well, okay, if you camp, leaving after Golduck was definitely good, I think, because if you get Fearow there, and then you got to do Route 23 for like Mankey plus, I think it was. I mean, you don't really want Fearow there, but I probably I should have left. I should have not camped there, which is weird. But again, I just got results oriented from camping, not camping there in the previous PB. So now what's running through my brain now, I mean, obviously this run's amazing. And I know it's amazing. I guess Cursor was on Candy there, so... Or Cursor was on Seal there, so Candy is probably fine. Usually you're not at the top there. Firestone, yeah, okay, so this is pretty standard. This is pretty standard trading for the stuff. We didn't get Meowth, but even if I didn't get Meowth, I mean, there's no way you do Route 7 with Dog. I mean, I don't have Oddish. This would be, but you don't want to do. Obviously, there's no reason to do Route 7. So, let me explain this pass too. I don't know if I explained it in the previous commentary, but you need to get to the tile 2 down and 1 to the right. You get to this tile and open the bag, and when you open the bag, he has a chance to walk down, and then you gotta wait for him. But you can't hit that guy, by the way. He has 5 Pokemon. I don't think I've hit him in a really good run before. Maybe I have, like 2 grinds ago, but yeah, don't hit that guy. So yeah, 58 plant is just so crazy. There's like so many things we could catch. I mean, you could get 63. So what's running through my brain right now is like, I'm considering skipping Psyduck now because, again, I wish I knew that I had the netball, but I'm just a noob, so. But I think I just confused myself because there was so many lines for finishing here that are like pretty straightforward. Yeah, that was in his D-Rust though, but yeah, that I've hit that trainer in a glitchless run. Fun fact. I never saw what it had though. You plan on what you're gonna do in the bag each time you open it for the. Do you plan out? I mean, you just have to swap bug to the front on one bag manip, but no, I can sort of muscle memory a lot of this stuff. I'm just thinking about our 60 right now. So yeah, bites. Obviously, Dragon Rage is way better. Bite is unfortunate, but that's just how it goes. This Gyarados kind of sucks because when it's Lance's Gyarados, that motherfucker, he'll Dragon Rage you 6 times in a row. But this one doesn't Dragon Rage you. I feel like I'm like the king of Lance Dragon Rage. So the options for lines here are, so Psyduck is planned, so it's a little different, but I mean, it's like it's tricky. But see, this is why I'm like, I think I picked the right option. Well, I don't know. So the lines are Route 22 for one thing, and then Psyduck, and then if it's, my thought process was Route 22. If it's Ratata, then we do Psyduck, and then we do one thing in Route 23, which is that's what ended up happening. The other line, which actually probably was better. I actually didn't even think about this. I'll bet you the line was just skip Route 22 and pick up the 5th candy. I mean, that was probably the most consistent. That would have been 6 evolutions though, but 90% for Route 22, and with Mankey not like being super bad, because we would have just caught one thing in Victory Road. I mean, that wouldn't have been the best thing in the world, but I opt for Route 22 because Netball Gold. Oh, you're right. I probably could have done that too. I don't maybe Netball like after 2 bites or something. It doesn't matter. I am embarrassed I forgot the Netball. Also, you're not supposed to enter the door here. That's I don't know why it's that either. So you could have done Route 22 skip, Psyduck, and then Mankey or Ekans, and then pick up the 5th candy. That was an option. Could have done that. I actually didn't think about that in the run. But in that case, you want to count your Evos and make sure you're not Evoing 5 times. But that was an option. I think it's just better to just get Little Rat, though. 100%, you know? Because 90%, and it's faster to just not get the candy. And you save an evolution, too. And you got to go through that grass anyways. Fake Out was great here. We get Torrents. Don't deposit Blastoise reminder. Yeah, I'm not going to live that one down. I have timed the deposit versus move, and I believe like it is comparable. I believe. I don't think it's like slower. It might actually be faster because it's easier to get lost or like be in PC lag movements, but and then again you can also put stuff in box 2, which I like, which just declutters finding stuff for evolutions and stuff. So I mean, so here is this is one of the bigger mistakes in the run that I make. I really wish I didn't make this mistake. I don't know why I thought it wasn't Torrents at level 46, because this is exact Torrents. Again, results oriented. The last time I was here, I forgot to pulse the Mime out of Torrents. So I screw up here, and yeah. But this wasn't the end of the world. I lose. How much time do I lose here? 2, 3. I lost 12 seconds. Yeah, that sucks. Well, this could have been an epic disaster as well, because I don't tank 2 side beams here. So if this confused me, we would have been in danger. Luckily, he didn't. Could have crit killed me too. That would have been so bad. Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, I think I played very well, but that's why I said 90%. So now we are we're dead to Erica. Range miss, which is why I wish I knew, because if I knew, I was also weird getting Psybeam from Mr. Mime. I've never seen that before. Usually it uses like barrier or something. We actually would have tanked, I believe, if we didn't get. Yeah, we would have tanked if we missed the range. But I was due. I was due. I was due to not miss this. This is one of the more annoying ranges in the game. You can also evolve the bug if you die too, so it's like less bad, but I mean, if the Ekans didn't break out, if our last Pokemon didn't break out of 78%, it would have been a 235. Dude, this could have 234'd. That's just that's just so nuts. It's so fucking nuts. This one was crazy. What's up, Link? I really wish I didn't have, I wish I didn't have to go to work today. I would have loved to do runs. If you can believe it, I'm like just as motivated. I'm even more motivated somehow after this. Which I didn't think was possible. I just fucking this game is so good. Speedrun is so good. So let's see. Something to note too about our party. You want to be careful. Whenever you have weird Nidos, like two of the same gender Nidos, like Nidoran female Nidorina or Nidoran male Nidorino, and like something like Nidoran female, you want to make sure you grab the right ones, because obviously you got to make sure I don't grab Nidoran female here, because then you just lose the party space, right? And you already have Nidorina, so you're not evolving it, so that would be stupid. But I mean, I've done that before. It's an easier mistake to make. So so let's see. Cursor's always on Pokemon and on bags, so normally yeah, first thing you're doing is candying. So yeah, we candy. So yeah, we candy Nidoran male, and then we're moonstoning a bunch of stuff, obviously. And then you moonstone Clefable last, because if you don't Oranberry, which we didn't this run, your cursor's on TM case and on Calm Minds, so it's just easy to just smash all that stuff. Just good like menu positioning. Which like you wouldn't think in a run like this that it matters that much, but you really want to be doing menus and moves, and you want to do as much as possible. Like it's not just pure RNG, like go just get lucky and get an insane time. You still have to play really well, so little things like that throughout the whole run gives you good times, good paces. I didn't. What did I miss? Okay, so yeah. So 14 HP is kind of bad. The other option that you can do here that I don't super love, because it doesn't save you a heal. I could full heal and max elixir. The reason I don't like doing that, but some runners do that. The reason I don't like doing that is because you're probably gonna take damage, and unless you're just gonna do Viridian Rival like lower HP, like what if you take like 50 damage here? It's not like amazing. So if you can potion to tank Seismic Toss, that's good. And then just sack Clefable if you don't tank Bone Meringue, and that's fine. I opt for Super Potion here, which can actually punish you, because Foresight is really bad. Because then you might just actually just die to the Machokes. So here, I've been doing this menu wrong. So I realized you're supposed to swap from Bug to slot 1 and then Shading, not. So I was swapping Blastoise with Bug and then Shading. So it's like it's really easy. menuing to just bug, and then you just press up here because your up is always shading, and then yeah. So I did that menu really well. Oh, hold on. I've requested a dog. One sec. He growled at me. He doesn't like being picked up sometimes. I got it. How's this look? Great. Epic. Epic Doug. Hi. Okay, so here you really don't want Foresight, but most moves put you into Torrent. Foresight does not, but Revenge and Seismic Toss do. So now we're in Torrent, and we're very, very likely to take damage from the Marowak, and we also tank too, so this is good. So I just like this better than, because if you're full health here, you have to go for the Machoke ranges, which are 14 and 16. So if you get Foresight here, it's not great, but at that point, you're probably just going to use Elixir and full health heal anyways, but just banking on him hitting you into Torrent is kind of nice. Right? Right, Calvin? What do you think? Thoughts? What are your thoughts? This is the littlest guy of the three, dude. He's very little. Yeah, they're all on the couch, bro. I don't know why they don't like. I don't know why they don't like being on my bed. All right, so Headbutt is great. We do tank Bone Meringue too. Again, this is where PB dies to that. I die to that Marowak critting me on turn 2. So yeah, this is pretty straightforward. I'm gonna skip here. Evolve, swap back. Again, this fight's free in Torrent, so nothing to note here. You do have to, if you lose Torrent, you got to use Surfs on the Nidos, but yeah. So now I've made up my mind to. What? No. Okay. What? God. Little guard dogs here. So yeah, full heal, and I scroll to Exac just for consistency. So Viridian Rival. So there's a range on this fight that is called the main range, although I haven't missed the knock on wood main range on this grind. I don't think. Maybe once on like a D-Rust or something, but when you're 30 special and level 49, this Venusaur is 15 and 16 to die, so it's 93% accurate to hit Blizzard, and then yeah, 15 and 16 to die. So I haven't gotten the bounty, Fetberg. It is not a first come, first serve. So I am eligible now. So we just have to sweat for the next 2 months. But that's why I will be continuing. But just gotta wait. Just pray nobody beats it. So yeah, if this doesn't die, we just die. Razor Leaf, almost positive Razor Leaf kills me at 76 as Rash. Beating the time, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, thank you. Yep. I'm pretty happy. This run was really good. Run was definitely this run definitely felt better than the last one. I mean, the last one just had early Pika and really good post game, which doesn't happen on this run, but I don't think my post game was that bad. What does Razor Leaf do here? Actually, I don't even have damage ranges because it's kind of there's nothing you can do about it. I did save the save file, yes. This is another reason why I'm probably not gonna do this because it just seems so degenerate. Like you could run only 31. I think if anyone had an argument to only run 31 at this point, it would be me. But dude, only 31 IV is just. I could do it. I could totally do it. I just don't know how bad it is. It's probably fucking super bad in terms of like you're just not gonna get a lot of Squirtle seeds. But I don't know. I'm probably just not gonna do anything differently except for like just reset early game pace more. What's up, Zam? I don't think I'm gonna change that many things, but we'll see. I haven't decided yet. I haven't thought about it. I'm gonna think about it today. What I want to do in terms of playing differently, but I don't think we play any differently. I mean, well, no, I should play slightly differently. Just Omega YOLO. Just never ever heal ever on anything. Never play safe ever. So we get Rain Dance. So whenever you get Rain Dance, I didn't need to check the notes because I just knew, but Rain Dance you can skip the X speed as long as you tank Psychic from the Alakazam, and I knew at 79 health we definitely tanked it. I did. After the bounty deadline, probably Emeralds. There is a potential that I just play glitchless. Maybe. Dude, dude, how many tiles was that? It was so many. So here is like amazing, right? So one of the stressors of getting 60 here is that this grass has 45% Rattata, 45% Mankey, and 10% Spearow. So we're 90% for a good encounter, which is great odds. But the problem is I don't have Nest Ball, and if this is Mankey, it's 50% with Ultra Ball, which is not great. So I was really happy that this is Rat. Like, super happy, because you're in this spot a lot, like, when you need both sometimes. There's a lot of lines where you hope for Rat and you need Mankey too. Now, we don't need Mankey plus Victory Road stuff, but this was pretty fast. So if this was Mankey, I mean, I have plenty of Ultras, so I wasn't worried about running out of Ultras, but if this is Mankey 50%, what we would have done is I mean, there's all kinds of lines you could do, but you could, I'll bet you the line after this, if this is Mankey, is repel from here and then get the Victory Road candy and then just catch Geodude or Machop, maybe. Now you could still do 23 without Mankey. But I believe the odds for a good encounter in Victory Road are going to be better. It would be 55% if we had gotten Mankey on 23. And Victory Road would have been 40, 45, 50, 55, 65, 70% if you do floor 2 Primeape. So, although that would be probably two things if it's not a Candymon. So, I wasn't even considering Candymon on this run, just because it seems like pretty straightforward. And I don't. Psyduck is solid. So yeah, I was very happy to get Rattata here, because now it's like, I mean, we're chilling. We have two Pokemon left to catch. We got Psyduck, which is guaranteed to show up, and Route 23 is 80%. Right? 10, no, 50, 85% on Route 23. The only annoyance with Psyduck is sometimes it takes a while to get the encounter to show up, so Okay, so this is something that Bang mentioned. Did he say it earlier? He probably says it like right when this comes out. So I did not realize for some reason that you can water pulse this out of torrent. It makes total sense, but I didn't realize that. We know that for now. It's just I just missed that little detail. But yeah, you can non-torrent water pulse this instead of swapping. So this was the other bigger mistake that was made in the run. Not pulsing this, but then also not realizing I had netball. I freak out here because like I just I could have saved. I mean, how much time was it? Like swapping. Let's see. Uh, it's guaranteed. You'd have to weaken it a tiny bit with Ultra Ball, but so let's see how much time we lose here. So 27. Oh man, yeah. Okay, so we 15 seconds. 15 seconds. I lost 15 seconds to not to netball, and we lost another 12 seconds to the mime thing. So that's like 27 seconds. Yeah. So this was the biggest, one of the bigger mistakes I made in this run. It's just I somehow forgot we didn't have netball, which is crazy. I never do this. I never forget. I love netball Psyduck. Now again, that could have been a breakout, like a 22% breakout, but you should 100% use the netball there. So yeah, I was a little bummed about that. So now we get Ekans, which Ekans is worse, although it is faster. So we get a breakout here, which is also kind of annoying. So I lost 40 seconds. I lost 40 seconds from this breakouts, mime, Psyduck, and then 55 seconds from the end of Safari Zone. So that's a minute 40 of like realistic, and then there's probably like 20 seconds of or 10 seconds of like mistakes. So there's still time save. I mean, it's not realistic on this run, or like we're not going to get the same run because this run is just cracked encounters and catches and stuff. So now we're done. I don't even have to do Victory Road, which is great. I like the line that I took. I think if you were extra top end, you could avoid Psyduck, but I'll bet you there's a line where you could like just surf, and if you don't get Psyduck, don't camp for it and then just do Victory Road, but just do floor 2 Victory Road. But at 70%, and I had plenty of ultras, so it could have done that technically, but then again, it's like previous PB gets Geodude self-destruct, so I hate Victory Road sucks. So Psyduck is just guaranteed, but so yeah, being done and not doing Victory Road. I mean these catches are just crazy. No Oddish, no Diglett, no Aerodactyl, no Machop, no Geodude, no Mankey, no Ekans, no Fearow. It's just no coughing, and it's just 60 with one less Candymon. It's just crazy, man. Okay, this is pretty straightforward. Obviously, didn't need to pick up the extra elixir. You only do that when you use the elixir for Giovanni. I think my PC was pretty good here. Obviously, pretty easy to get screwed up here. Just get lost. You really need to like focus on like where things are, because if you forget which Pokemon the 5 you're gonna grab. I mean, I've grabbed 4 of the. I've like misgrabbed one. Round 2 Pokemon catch tier list. I don't know. I don't know what that would. I don't even know what that would be. Okay, evolve. So at this point, Insane actually guessed he was 1 second off, but I actually didn't even believe them. Like that it was actually that good. Um, I knew this run was good, but based on the bounty time, I didn't think it was. But it makes sense because this split was so short because we just didn't need to catch a lot of stuff. So I'm not against. Not against anything. Just platinum round 2. Gens past Gen 3 are not as popular as speedruns compared to Gen 1, 2, 3. Why did yeah. That's not the reason. So I know this looks kind of scuffed, but there's not really a good place to pee for the next hour at all. So I mean, dude, you could maybe pee on like the Raticate trainer or the guy that's like 4 bites. You could probably do that, but I don't. You can't pee with enough time for one evolution. So I don't lose. Again, I only do this because I don't lose any time, and I am able to do it. So yeah, it's very cursed because we start a P on the Gloom evolution and then finish the P on the Execute evolution, which is just so cursed, dude. But I knew I needed to do that. There's not enough time to like, but it worked out. It worked out fine. Yeah, I just I didn't have to. I didn't have to pee that badly, honestly. I wanted to do it so that it was not going to be a problem. All right, so we're swapping stuff. Easy to get lost here. I do that for some reason. All right, everything's looking good. So here, I knew I had an extra max repel. I actually made this mistake the other day. You can only buy 8 full restores, which actually this is overkill too, because I have the hyper potions still too. But you can buy 8. It is faster though to buy 8, obviously slightly than 7, but if you have an extra max repel, which I remembered that I do, you can buy 8 full restores and instead of 7. Yeah, I mean, again, look how good this run is. 236.05. I mean, this is the best run I've ever had for sure. By like a lot. I skipped 237. So then I've only gotten one 237 and it was pre-Clemmy, and we almost skipped 236, which is yeah, I mean, so this run is just nuts. I was very, very excited here. I mean, again, it's you shouldn't get that excited here because I mean you can just die and so many things can go wrong and you could just lose all this time. But since PB, I have not gotten a good enough E4 round 1 start. I mean, it's only been like 2 months, but I haven't gotten a good enough E4 round 1 time start to compete with PB. But the fact that we're 2 minutes ahead and we're ahead of the bounty average, I'm feeling good, I'm feeling good about this. But bro, I mean, if I got the same post game as PB, it's a low 324. I would agree. I would say so, Will. Yeah, but I mean, again, there's $5,000 on the line, so the pressure's there. I am not less motivated. I am just as motivated, if not more motivated. I cannot let anyone beat this. So, and there's a couple people that can beat this, obviously. So I gotta beat this again, boys. I gotta beat this again. So we'll be doing that for the next 2 months. I would say I feel way better that I'm fairly confident in my abilities, obviously. And You know, not saying that other runners are better or worse than me, but it's still like, again, this beating this is gonna require quite a good time. So will it happen in 2 months? I don't know. I'm kind of hoping I'll beat. I kind of want to beat this PB again. I'm gonna be playing really aggressively. So we took a lot of damage from the stupid dugong. He didn't use safeguard at all. So right now we are. Body slam does 30 to 36. So I unfortunately have to heal. So and we got hail. I mean, Mike, you still have to do the post game, right? You still need Chiding for fly and cuts, and you need Abra for teleport, and you need Clefairy for strength, and you need Ammonite for waterfall. Unless you're talking about for round 2, and the answer is you could. It's just the PC is so far away that it's kind of slow. Plus, you can die as Mewtwo and save the run with max revive. Like you want something to like be a revive slave for, I guess, right? So we're healing here, have to. Yeah, I've thought about glitches for sure. I mean that record is pretty good, pretty hard too, but I mean we were just super locked in. So here, no para. Para here is just a huge disaster because most of the time with smart AI, he's usually gearing up Confuse Ray here, and if you get para'd, you're slower, and then you're gonna be bite into Confuse Ray, and then it's just fucked, and you gotta full restore again. So I didn't get para'd, and he didn't Confuse Ray, which is amazing. Now I did get hail, but I get crit here, which again, thank God it wasn't when you're dead. So here, obviously 6% to lose the run. Not much you can really do. We're praying for no para here because then I'd have to heal again. So all things considered, very good fight, very good Lapras. The only thing bad here was getting hail, but you're not like. So we lost 34 seconds to PB because PB gets hailless. So that's not surprising, but I don't know if you guys would enjoy glitchless grinds. Maybe. We'll see. What I might do is I might play Emerald and get a good time in Emeralds for that bounty, and then come back and play glitchless and focus solely on glitchless. Or if somebody beats the record by then, do dual runs. I don't know. I don't really want to. This is why doing glitchless is just like dual runs are just so scuffed. Not well, they're not scuffed, but you're sacrificing more Squirtles. Like you want more Squirtles on round 2 rather than glitchless because you're YOLOing more in glitchless. Okay, so all right, sorry, I just completely ignored this. So we're at 20 HP. So he's gearing up an Earthquake. There's not really an HP you can heal to that's safe. And again, you want the damage from Earthquake because you want to be around like 120 HP for the strats that we're doing. So he hasn't made the Emerald Bounty yet, but he said he's going to after this one. Emerald would be fun. Be a nice change of pace. But the only reason I would consider glitchless is just because if the manip is way better, which it seems to be, if better manip, aggressive Squirtle parameters into better hit rate, more resetting for glitchless, that's a good recipe for glitchless success. So full restore turn 1 is obviously standard here. So we're at 122. So if I was at 122 before the fight, then that would be perfect. So now what we want now is we want Rock Tomb to hit us. We want to be lower speed. If it misses, it's really awkward. You want to get hit here. So Rock Tomb. So now we're slower. Or sorry, we're not slower, but we're speed tied or whatever it is. Or maybe we are slower. So speed or sorry, special, special, speed, and then now we're in torrents and we've used speed, so he's going to most likely he has a Rock Tomb geared up because he sees, oh well, I want to lower your speed because you just used the speed. But because we have torrents, I can just go here. Now the other part of this fight is if we didn't have torrent here, then that's when you set up guard spec, and you hope he uses Rock Tomb, and then you get to a good HP. But 48 is enough for torrent for 53, so we're chilling. That was a clean full restore turn 1 strat. The best fight you can get is if you're at a good enough HP for spec speed go. That's better than full restore turn 1, but you kind of have to deal with whatever HP you have post Lapras, so it's fine. This HP is also nice because if you're low torrent but still tank Agatha Shadow Punch, sometimes with high rolls you don't want to super potion on Shadow Punch turn 1 into being in Shadow Punch range again. So this is like perfect. Like if it's turn 1 Shadow Punch, we just super potion and we're fine. So we're on the best run ever. We're on one of the best runs ever, and we're going up against the worst fights, one of the worst fights in the game. Double team. So now this is the big thing here. It's what, 62% or something with at +2 evasion. So you miss this, he might Shadow Punch, miss again, and it's over. So this is a big point. Like once you're past here, you're in decent shape to survive, because the next 2 fights you can die to the next 2 fights, but they're like way less likely to kill you than this one is. This is the most likely to. Because what happens is she'll just keep setting up double teams, and then it goes from 62 to 50 to like 40, and then anytime she decides that to just start using Shadow Punch, then you have to hit, or you just die to 2 Shadow Punches. So yeah, this was huge. So Ruby, no Ruby. Sapphire could be fun too. I don't know. I want to have the record post bounty, and I want people to not run this anymore. That's what I want. Yellow. If I play Gen 1, it's gonna be red, but I don't know, man. I kind of want to push like Gen 3. I just want to push more of my Gen 3 times, because Emerald and Sapphire records are super doable, and hard, but doable, you know. And coming back to both of those categories for the second time is solid. So okay, so really quickly here, so we leveled to 54 after the second Gengar, which allows us to do risky Lance strats. There's one thing to note, and I kind of forgot in the moments. There's 2 ways to go about doing this fight on risky Lance. No Gen 4. Maybe down the road. I don't know. Probably not though. So there's 2 ways to do this fight. So you can set up special and start biting and get him to under half, and then try to flinch. That's solid because I'm in a weird spot with HP and defense, because 2 Dragon Rages is a range to die to Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam here does 73 to 86, and if he double Dragon Rages, we're at 82, which means if he pseudo rolls 82 and above, and then also does 82 and above, we die and the run is over. So it actually probably would have made more sense to do spec and try to flinch. I think if 2 Dragon Rages doesn't put you into dead to Hyper Beam, then I think accuracy is probably fine, because this Gyarados this Gyarados, like he has a chance to use Hyper Beam randomly when it's like under a certain HP threshold, and just getting random Hyper Beams instead of bites is not great. So obviously just praying for no Dragon Rage. So unfortunately, I'm the king of Dragon Rage on this fight. It's so goated if you just get bite here. But so now I'm in a tough spot here because this run is my best run I've ever had. And it is a range shot out of Hyper Beam. And I don't know if who calced this in the moment, whether it was 1 and 8 or something. I think risking this was probably good. There is a chart that that I don't have. It's somewhere. There's a chart, and this applies to Glitchless too. There's a Lance chart that shows every HP IV versus every defense IV. And it shows your odds to die to Hyper Beam after 2 Dragon Rages. So if I had that chart, I could look at it and say, I still don't even know what this is, but I could figure it out. I'm not gonna do that right now, but you could see what's the risk threshold for like biting here versus just healing. But it was 100% there was a chance to die, and that would have been super tragic. I mean, you also had a crit too, but there's a chance he doesn't use there's a chance he doesn't even use Hyper Beam here. But if I was gonna take the risk, I mean, we'll never know because he misses, which is you forget that that thing can even miss. But if I went for bite there and flinched and then bite and then flinched again, somehow, then we could have saved a heal. But he misses, so... But he went for it. That's the thing. He went for it. So he pseudo rolled 82 to 86, which is like... I think it was more likely to not even see Hyper Beam in the first place. So let's say this connects and I YOLO. I mean, he still needs to roll 82 to 86 damage rolls. So miss here is nice because now I can just not heal. Of course, he just, again, fucking Dragon Rages every time! 4 in a row! It's like such an annoying fight. So here, those bite rolls looked good. So I'm not worried about the range here. Again, we're in the same spot we were before. If I miss Blizzard here, I mean, I technically can die to he could use Hyper Beam again. And he actually probably will, because he's lower HP. So if you wanted to be Omega safe, I mean, I could have healed again and then set up a speed to avoid Aerodactyl critical, which again is another low-key thing about this fight too, is that having that extra speed on some runs where you heal Gyarados twice. I don't regret this decision. I mean, again, this pace is like insane, so I don't regret like not avoiding the chance to die to Hyper Beam. But it just goes to show that like defense HP are so important, because if I had like slightly better defense or slightly better HP, we wouldn't have been arranged to even see Hyper Beam. So I don't regret it. I think it's fine. It worked out, you know. It was a little slow. I mean, it's also like, just fucking don't get 2 Dragon Rages every single time you do this fight. So now, so he went for Ancient Power. 37. Was I dead to crit? I don't know, actually. Ancient Power is not great because he has that chance to like increase all his stats or whatever. Luckily, Ancient Power put us into Torrent, so if he did actually increase his stats, this thing would have died in Torrent. So, but if he Ancient Powers you and you're not in Torrents, and he does the speed boost thing, or he does all his boosts, well, it's not gonna die. Whirlwind Failure was dope, yeah. So that was a good fight. Only 1 heal, didn't miss any blizzards, didn't get crits. Like, it's fine. Could I have risked that? Again, I think if I had the chart, which I will find after the stream, I will find that the risk threshold Lance chart, because I just didn't have that information on hand. But if it was something like at 82 HP with this defense, you're 90% to survive, I mean, yeah, I probably would have risked it. So, but that would have been such a tragic death. So I don't hate playing safe there. What's up, Leonis? Yeah, you did miss the run, unfortunately. But we're playing for 2 more months, so you'll be here for the 324. LOL. Dude, imagine I pull that off, dude. It's possible. It's definitely possible. Big stressors of this fight, obviously. Deaths here include criticals from Aerial Ace if you're low, criticals from Gyarados Thrash, critical from Extreme Speed. Not taking damage here is good. The only thing nice about +3 torrents is you don't have to Blizzard. But there is something that you can do on this fight that you've always been able to do this. I never figured out this line before because it's kind of strange, but it is how you should look at this fight, which is you want to try to avoid, if you can avoid X accuracy on this Venusaur, then that's great. But the only way to do that is you need to be at +2 and in Torrent and also tank Aerial Ace. So if I was at, I don't know, if I was at like, okay, so Aerial Ace does 40 max. If I was at like 50 plus, if I was at 50 +2, so I tanked Aerial Ace, not crit, but tanked Aerial Ace +2 Torrent and the tank Aerial Ace, you can actually set up accuracy on the Pidgeot because you have Torrent and for the Alakazam, and this allows you to be able to miss a Blizzard on this thing and not immediately die because you're not setting up an act turn. So I get growth here, which is I'm super relieved. I've those who've watched, like, I mean, I've died to this fight a couple of times on solid runs. So growth just basically means you get a free Blizzard, and if you miss, you don't immediately die. So, but we didn't miss anyways. But so now we're at +3, and we are chilling. I am probably dead to Gyarados Thrash plus Extreme Speed crits, but again, can't really play around criticals. What you can do is if Gyarados Thrash puts you into dead to Thrash again, then you're not supposed to heal, or you can heal. Like, it's better to just heal because you don't want to Blizz miss and then be dead to Thrash. So, and you're gonna have to heal anyways. So it's like it's completely fine to heal. So like we get the flinch. So now once Blizzard connects here, you can't die from here. So because Extreme Speed crit doesn't do this much. So we have made it to the post game, and yeah, no Extreme Speed, pretty fast. So chilling. Spam this plane to help main. I'm gonna go back and watch, look at some of the chat because, dude, it was really fast, obviously, from round 1 to end. So I probably missed a lot. So I guess it's kind of nice to have this big chat now. So 248.50. So this might be the second best run of all time at this point. I don't actually know. I don't know how. Gunner's PB was probably close, right? Actually, that is a great question. That is a great question. I wonder if Gunner's PB is better, was better round 1 than this. Oh yeah, oh yeah, by 50 seconds. So I think this is the second best run of all time of community second best pace ever, I believe. Unless somebody's had a better time than this that entered post game, but I don't know. Pretty good. So all things considered, that was the only thing that was bad about that post game or that the round one was getting hail, which is like standard anyways. So that was a solid. It was. I know for sure it was. 100%. That's why I said second best. But all right. No. IC's 324 was not pre-Clemmy. Don't be silly, dude. Do not be silly. Of course it was not pre-Clemmy. He didn't get 324 pace pre-Clemmy. Okay, so heart rate's kind of high. Again, I've practiced this movement a million times, but you really don't want to get screwed up here because there's three things that can just kill the run, which is this first run to bike. So Gunner, I think Gunner does this a little different where he'll like bike to the right and bonk off the thing and then run. That uses extra steps, so I think that I'm pretty sure this is just faster. Although he does it pretty fast. I don't actually know which one's better, but if you run to this tile and get on the bike and then immediately like go left, you can actually it's actually safe to go 2 tiles to the left, I believe, too. So you don't have to like snake immediately, like because for some reason like running 1 tile below this guy makes him look right instead of left. So just like how the spinner is. So that's the first thing. Second thing is these two will see you if you overshoot this, and that's a double battle, and that's the run's dead too. So you just have to not think about this segment, because if you start getting nervous about this segment, like, because dude, I would have been gutted, so gutted if we like hit one of these 3 optionals, because with considering this is my best run ever. So yeah, just make sure. But I've done, again, it's pure muscle memory, doing this a million times. I also do this a little differently. I find that this is more consistent for me, but you need to make sure that you don't bonk these guys, or go through them at a bad time. So what I do is I go 1 above the rock, and my cue is the second that they bump into each other, I start holding up. If they bump frame perfectly and hold up, I can get hit, but there's a pretty good leeway here, so I'm gonna wait until they knock heads and then start holding up, and that works really well for me. So that's here. I can do this in I'll change the speed so you guys can see. So this is also an awkward run to bike as well. It's easy to get screwed up here too, but if something goes weird, you can just bag manip. So wait until they knock heads and then go. So that's how I do it. There's plenty of ways to do it, but I like that a lot. I find that to be pretty consistent. So, oh god, I do something weird here too. Would I just take an extra? Yeah, I take 2 tile. I take an extra water tile here, which is not the end of the world. Also, yeah, make sure this girl can see you if you go straight. I always thought that there was maybe some type of like start flash you could do or something, but it's probably just not worth it. Or like it'd be cool if you could just go straight if she looks right, but I doubt you can. There's probably some like 1 in 16 chance or something, and that's not worth it anyways. This fight pretty straightforward. Only thing to note is this Sand Slash as a range is a, what is it, a 15 and 16 or 14 and 16? Uh, 15 and 16. But if it doesn't die, I don't think it does anything. I mean, it probably damages you a little bit, so. Obviously the boulders. I mean, again, all top runners of this game practice this a lot because you don't get here very often. So, but the best thing to do is be holding right. I actually don't do it here because if you knock this boulder to the right, you have to reset the room, and it's really bad. So, but most of the time after boulders, I'm holding because I have like really good muscle memory for that. But this one, you don't need to do that. So. Yeah, just just bonk the thing there. Oh, now we get to see my menu mess up. I don't want to watch it. So normally the menu that I normally do that I have the muscle memory for. Now the thing is I kind of want to know how much faster if it's like how much faster it is to just equip the lum from here. I have practiced this menu 3 or 4 times, and I've gotten here once in an actual run, I believe, and actually did the correct menu. But the menu that I used to do was you take off the black glasses and then teleport with Abra. But the new menu is take off the black glasses and then go to item and give the lumberry. Now, unfortunately, we press up too early. And so I just fucking check the summary like a dumbass. And then, yeah, and then also same thing here. I just muscle memory berry pouch. Yeah, that was not good. That was not great. I am but again, it's nerves, you know. It's unsurprisingly, you know. I mean, I didn't make a mistake that killed the run, so but I mean that was pretty slow. I'm just trying to do the menus correctly. I just don't really know how much faster it is to do that Charlie menu versus the one I normally do. It probably would have been safer to just default to what I normally do, but I mean, yeah, it's just a small mistake. Not as bad as like the Psyduck thing. So we got 4 Island now, which is the audio cancel section. So there's all kinds of audio cancel things you do here, like getting on the bike and getting off again. Technically, it's better to like bike one tile and then get off, but so you gotta audio cancel there, and then same thing for here. I've gotten better at this one. Get on the bike right below, and then get off. And I didn't mess this one up either. I've been messing that one up a lot too. Same thing, get off the bike. Get on the bike, get off the bike, get on the bike, get off the bike. It looks silly, but you'd be surprised how much time it actually saves. Like, I think I missed. There's one of them I'm not doing correctly. I just forgot which one it was. So now, because we already equipped the Lumberry, I can just teach Waterfall. So the other thing to remember here too is that you're always on escape rope because you escape roped out of that one islands area. So you want to make sure, absolutely sure, that you don't escape rope here. You can actually fix this if you have an extra repel, I believe. You just have to walk out of the warehouse instead of escape rope out, so it wouldn't, I don't think it would kill the run, but I mean, I've made this mistake before, so I wasn't gonna make it before. Thank you, Gen Life. I would say the audio cancel thing is something that should be the last thing that you focus on. I think getting through a run, not hitting any optionals is like the first step. But that's just my recommendation. I mean, obviously, you know, people can play however they want to play. But if I was to give advice to somebody that was like starting the game, I would say don't do any of the really hard like run to bike stuff, and just bag manip. And if you can get through a run without hitting optionals, then you can graduate to like doing those hard movements. So I move the escape rope uh, below max repel because it makes sense. These two are better that to be like right next to each other. So yeah, max repel. I messed up the water tile in PB here, like that. So made sure that that was fine. And yeah, that's it. So now bite, bite, surf. Nothing crazy. So that was a pretty decent split, I think. Even despite the bad menu and stuff. I think it was okay. Well, I lost 9 seconds to PB. Yeah, I mean, it was just that menu error. It could have been way worse. I was not that just messing up that menu. There's still two things about the post game that I need to make absolutely sure. I guess it's just necessary now. Because it's this section is weird because I'm pretty sure there's not a start flash that works for this. Like if this, I'm pretty sure if this guy is looking left, I don't think you can go. Maybe you can. Maybe it's like low chance to be hit. Maybe there's a start flash. I kind of thought Muckwing looked at this and there wasn't one, but so what you want here is you want him to be looking up and then instantly look away. So you can just reaction. He can't spin quickly enough to catch you here. So you can just wait till he looks away and then go. I mean, obviously don't be super late. So, and then there is a faster way to do this. You can, if you're really good with this, but this is one of those things where me doing it this way is like technically what, like a couple of frames slower than doing it perfectly, but I just with how much RNG is in this run, I just value like not hitting the trainers. So because doing like giga hard perfect run to bike setups like is to save like half a second is fine until you fuck them up and then hit an optional. So just there's enough variance in the run where I don't need to do that one frame perfectly. Like it's good enough. It's not like I'm bag manipulating or anything. But same thing with this one. I mean, yeah, there's a setup to run to walk, get on bike into repel wearouts, but and I've done a little bit of that. It's a little awkward. The problem with that too is that this guy, even if you do that, repel got the repel wearout got a little messed up because I took an extra step on one island. But if you do the run to bike bag repel setup, he can still look down. Like you don't have a lot of time to like open the bag. Like he can still just like look down. I mean, you got to do it like really fast. So I just opt to just wait for him to turn away. Now again, he could stare down for like 10 seconds and that would suck, but it's just, again, I'm just opting to just not hit these guys, you know. I wish I didn't have to go to work today. I don't even know if they're even closing the rooftop. Maybe, I guess they're not. I don't know. Calling sick. So this room has the same, again, audio cancel things where you're biking to, and you can do this without bonking. I think it's just more consistent to just bonk, because then as soon as you bonk, you press select to get off the bike. But you need to do this for all of them to be optimal, so you don't get a huge black screen here. All right, so cursor is always on Pokemon here. Or no, sorry, cursor's on always on bag here because you repelled. So I mean, I know that, so it's always up one to Pokemon. Yeah, I got weird things that happened in this post game a little bit. You're supposed to get off the bike there, but I messed up. But again, we're talking about a couple frames. Oh shit. That is whoops. That is not the right button. Where am fuck, I'm lost now. Shit. Okay. We're good. Wait, no, that's 6 islands. Okay. Sorry. 5 islands. Yeah, so you're supposed to get off the bike here for audio, but I do that pretty fast too, because you can just up, and mash A. So now, again, same thing here. There's many ways to do this. Technically, the best thing to do is bike into the last grass tile and then run one tile and then get on the bike. I opt to, which is, again, this is like slightly slower. I give myself a little breathing room for running as to not mess this up. So we're running to... Technically, you can do it. I don't know why I do it on this tile, not the other one. Technically, you can run to, I believe, the second tile past the grass, but I run to the first tile and get on the bike, which is a tighter window, but I've never missed that. So, okay, so now one of the things that I say in this run is that out loud is I say, I'm aware of this girl because I think there was a run that somebody else did where they get to this point right here, and technically she can move right here because she's usually not like far left here. So what you can do, I think, I gotta like super double check. You can do a start flash here. I'm almost positive, but I opt to just do a bag manip because, again, it's just the pace. I wasn't 100% sure. I was ready for it this time, which is nice because it's nice that I remembered like seeing someone else get hit there. Be like, okay, if she's far left, that's what I said. I was like, if she's far left, I'm just gonna bag manip her because I mean, don't hit that girl. She has 2 Pokemon. So honestly, not the cleanest in the world, I would say. I think it was okay, but definitely not the cleanest situations. But could have been worse. I mean, the worst thing was obviously the Lumberry thing. Was bad. So wheezing. So at 30 special, at level 57, this is a 50% range that we get, which is great because this thing isn't that bad, but I mean, it has smokescreen, so, and like losing a turn, and it can also sludge poison you too. Again, this is a big reason why 31 special is so much better than 30 in this run, because it's 9 and 16 at 57. I don't actually know how you get level 58. I think it has to do with if you kill anything extra. It has to do with your bug evolves too, if you get interesting bug evolves. But usually I feel like you're level 57 there. He looked away there, which is good. I believe this one you can react to. But again, I will look into this as well. But I mean, yeah, 2 minutes ahead of world record. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I'm good. Not gonna do that. So, but I believe there's I believe you can react to that guy maybe, unless I'm thinking of a different pass or something. But yeah, it's a little bummer from here that we didn't get 324, but this just doesn't go super well. So we have Lumberry, and right now you're praying for flinch or you're praying not to see swagger. And swagger on the first hypno is it's just I was very nervous now because the run could easily just die to so many things now, because not having your lum means that Blizzard Miss into stun spore is fucked. Any type of poison is fucked. Like, now, what has never happened, I don't think, to me is this guy could swagger too. I know it probably has happened to me, but this guy could swagger too. And dude, if you got double swagger, no flinch, no crits, that would be on this pace would be pretty shitty. So luckily it wasn't double swagger, but I mean, yeah, you're not super confident without Lum here. So this is really interesting. This is really interesting. This is a okay. So Rock Tomb hit is not great here. So what you don't want now is you have to set up a special, because the range for this to die it without the 2 serfs is 35%, so you're not killing it. So this is the worst thing that could happen so far. So we lost our Lum, and I'm setting up special, and I just got Rock Tomb hit. So I'm obviously this is really fucked, because at the moment we're at -2 speed, and according to the notes, 29 plus 4 EVs, speed ties at -2. I wasn't looking at this, but that is something to consider. But -2 speed, no Lum is omega cooked. So what I actually do here, which I've never done before, which I think was a solid idea, because we're definitely, I don't think we were even speed tied with Vileplume at -2 speed. So I mean, double Rock Tomb, like losing Lum and then double Rock Tomb miss or double Rock Tomb hit is just like so bad. So I actually speed here. Now again, like Ananan said in chat, like he could have tombed me again and then it's fucked. But like I was just hoping that he didn't. So now, and I'll explain why being -2 is required. So now we are now faster than the Vileplume now because of speed. And the reason that it matters, it only matters because of Lum. If you're slower than this thing, it's going to outspeed you, and when you're higher HP, it's going to probably use something like Sleep Powder or Stun Spore. Now, if you have the Lum, you can be slower than it, and it's fine, because it'll Stun Spore you, and then Lum will take off the Stun Spore para, and then you go for Blizzard, and then if you miss that Blizzard, then and he paras you again, then you're fucked. But being slower than this thing is just cooked, because you're basically just hoping he doesn't use a status move or misses a status move, which is just horrible. So this was a terrible start to Warehouse, losing your Lum that early and then getting double Rock Tomb hits. So I like the speed play. I didn't even think about that. I don't know how I thought about that in like a split second. And it's, but I'm pretty sure that was good to do that there, because yeah, you're just slower than Vileplume, and you just pray that you don't get you hope he misses Stun Spore or something, or like hope he randomly decides to not use a status move at high HP, which can happen. So all right, so here Warehouse is very, this is another thing about this run, is that you don't get here very much, like, which is why it's good to practice Warehouse a lot, because these fights are complicated, like very complicated. I would say this is a big hurdle for like newer round 2 runners, is like you can easily fuck up here and like not do the correct thing. So right now, so I'm at 57 out of 170. What is that? 8? 3? So torrent is like, is that 8 or 3? I can't even see my own video. 173. So I think that's what? That's exact torrents. So you can do the next fight in torrents. It is gonna be, it avoids the chance of use of you don't have to use blizzard. It avoids explosion, troll. But the problem is it puts you in ranges where you have to hit a bunch of ranges or you die. So hypothetically, if I wasn't poisoned here, I probably would have just tried to go for these, considering I have revives. Although actually, we actually level out, I think, right? Do I level out for this wheezing? 57 out of... Okay, actually, yeah. So this was correct, yeah, because we actually leveled out of torrents for 59. So 57 was like not quite low enough. But if you happen to be torrents for 59, and you're not gonna heal for no reason. So, and this is also why 31 is way better. Is that the in torrent plus 0 surf is a 10 and 16 range with 30 special. It's a 11 and 16 range at 31. And then with the wheezing, it is a 12 and 16 in torrents with 30 and a 13 and 16 with, so you can, like, if you have torrent and you don't need to heal, then it is way better and faster to just go for those ranges. I mean, it's just, if you miss those ranges, you just die most of the time, because Thunderbolt and Arbok Sludge Bomb do a good amount. You can tank Sludge Bomb, but because I was poisoned, I mean, I'm glad I was poisoned, because I didn't realize I was leveling out of torrents. That would have been bad. So you actually have two options for this. You can actually surf turn 1. There is a chance that it puts it into heal range, but I believe Pulse is only bad if you crit, because you crit him, you're not gonna kill him. It's gonna put him into heal range. But I think Pulse Confuse is more consistent, because you just don't want this thing to use explosion, so or Thunderbolt para you. So unfortunately, you can't bite, which sucks. I don't think you can bite. It's like it's a bad range, so you have to pulse. So that was chill. No major issues. Considering I lost the Lum so early, that was could have been way worse. So now this is pretty straightforward. You just surf everything. You want to make sure that you have enough surfs for this. Sometimes you're low on surfs if you use them badly, but I have 6, so you only need 6. I don't think you don't need a surf for anything else. Actually, you know what? You probably saving a surf for if you died in something, right? It's probably good, because if you die on Champ 2, if your Mewtwo dies on Champ 2, and you can use surf to lower Heracross's damage, yeah, or lower Heracross's range or whatever. But I mean, we're not thinking like that. We're not thinking like I need to die. But I thought about pulsing, but all right. So all things considered, that split was not the best. As you can see, we lost a decent amount of time to PB and Bounty balanced. So but we didn't die, and I didn't miss Blizzard. So that's another piece in Warehouse that's terrible. Is you have to most of the time, unless you take a bunch of damage and keep your lum, you just have to hit 2 blizzards at 70%. It's really bad. I mean, I've gone in there and missed all 5 blizzards before, so which is not that crazy. So there's only a couple things left that can screw us here. The big one is obviously Cerulean Cave. Now again, PB gets 0 encounters, but that's not normal. I don't remember what the average encounters was for Cerulean Cave, but it's probably like around 2. Also, be careful of that guy. I've never hit that guy, but if you press down early one tile, you just hit that guy. It's really bad. Same thing here. Bike dismount. I actually don't do it as optimally. You're probably supposed to do it because I get a turn frame running in, but it's better than, you know, we're talking like 1 turn frame. Like it's fine. So I buy more full restores, so I usually never, because I have extra max repels, usually I don't have to pick up that item there, which is a max repel, or which is a full restore, so. Also, you're always on Pokemon, and you're always on escape rope again. If you cannot escape rope out of here or it's over. So, just always remember that you're on it. That's the max elixir. Again, if you need to pick that up. It's pretty uncommon, though, to pick that up. Because usually you get the one for Victory Road. So we're just praying for no encounters, and yeah, there's one. It's not, again, it's not surprising. You just pray that it's not Electrode. And then this one actually surprised me a lot because I got it very early, and then yeah, there it is. There it is, Electrode. So this is the same spot that Gunner was in on his PB, pretty much. The time actually is probably similar. So obviously just run and pray. And luckily I get away on turn 1, which is awesome. Because that could have easily just been it. It could have just been over. So I think it said something like it's like 40 to 50% to flee on turn 1 or something. So, I mean, if we died and revived, and then if he exploded and revived, we would have lost we wouldn't have got the bounty eligible time, but. So yeah, 2 encounters, not great, but fine. No deaths, no can't escapes. So can't really complain. All right, so we're teaching Earthquake and Fire Blast. There is a different. Annan was talking about different, and Dennis were talking about different Fire Blast positionings, but I don't know, man. I have such. I like the muscle memory I have for the post game, and every time I deviate from muscle memory to save like a couple of frames, I just end up fucking up the menu anyways. So. Also, same thing with the Viridian swap. I was also doing this menu incorrectly too. Similarly, you want to go to Mewtwo first and swap slot 1. Again, I don't know why I kept doing it the wrong way for a long time, but so just things that you miss, you know. So that was pretty good. Yeah, I mean, you're probably decently likely to not miss a Fire Blast. I mean, what, it's 4 Fire Blasts you gotta hit. If you happen to be out of full restores there, you could buy some, but I got plenty, so. Yeah, I shouldn't have got the Carbos. Should not have got the Carbos. That's okay, though. All things considered, I did pretty well this run. All right. It's hard to tell if you have a good Mewtwo. Oh, I missed, don't I? Yeah. Yeah, it's not great. But not horrible. He can keep setting up double teams. We missed one, so it's fine. Yeah, honestly, like, Rocket Warehouse and the finish was where I lost a lot of the time. It's like that menu mess up for Lumberry, and then Warehouse through to ends. I lost a decent chunk of time just to that mistake, and then it's, bad luck. But it wasn't disastrous like time loss, but it was definitely real time loss. Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely. I think when you get close to 323 is just when it's probably going to get like absurd, like not realistic. But yeah, I think I would love if I could get a 324. That would be excellent. Oh yeah, we get crit here, which is so scary. See, this also sucks because if I had died here, then we would have died. It would have been because of psychic 75% miss and 6% critical. But luckily we tank, so God, that would have sucked. So, a weird Lorelei. As you can see in PB, with the 2 cave encounters, I mean, it was mostly the cave encounters, but I mean, we're like still in a good spot, but so now, so in theory, well, no, I guess no, there is a priority move, right? You're never this low, so, but generally when you're like low H, like under a third, and you don't tank, when you don't tank something from Steelix, from Fire Blast Mist, you generally heal an elixir before. Did I even need to elixir? No, yeah, you do, yeah. So, yeah. So normally most runs that don't, like, if you only heal here is if you take a bunch of damage and miss, like that was a lot of damage. So normally you do the menu after this fight, and you just hope you don't get mischievous crits. So Fire Blast 85%. Obviously, if you miss here, you have an extra one. You have extra Fire Blast. It's fine. I mean, it'll use like Iron Tail, or you can die, but I got a lot of HP. So, but yeah, so we hit all 4 of our Fire Blasts, which is great. All right, we'll pause. I'll pause on the Mewtwo stats. Of course, I can't pause in time. Okay, here we go. So this is my Mewtwo. So a couple major things. I have never gotten special attack this high. Ever. I have never ever done +2 lance strats in all the time I've played this game, which is, I don't know what the odds. You need plus special attack in nature, I think, in order to do that. But I don't know the actual IV for this one. But this is modest, and it's like, I will when we get there. Well, okay. For Lance 2, the standard strat is to safeguard and go to +3 with X special. But when you have special attack this good, because we're modest, plus special attack nature, and I have a shitload of special attack. You can save a turn by only going to +2, which saves Thunder Wave and special setup. I mean, it saves good time. So the first thing I look at is attack, right? So 153 is quite bad, which is why I'm like freaking out, and because yeah, I mean, this is modest, which is plus special. I mean, it makes sense. This is plus special attack nature and minus attack nature. So yeah, 153 ain't it. Okay, so then you could probably, I don't know how much special. I've seen people get 260. I don't know. I don't know. I've never gotten more than I've never gotten more than 250 ever. So so we lost time there because of usually we do the menu after Agatha or after Bruno, not before. So we'll make this time back by not menuing on this split. 269. Okay. Yeah, you missed the new world record yesterday morning. But do not fear, we will be doing more runs. But yeah, my first run of the day yesterday got there. That's what this run is. Very good run. This run was very, very solid, but it had a couple moments where that was bad. I mean, especially like the post game. I wouldn't say my post game was bad. It was just not great. But yeah, I mean 236.05. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Settle with? I don't know. We're not settling in. Again, we're not doing anything differently until the bounty. I got crit by this too. Thank God. It's actually kind of nice we had more HP. So both of those fights I got crit, and luckily we just happened to tank both based on the situation, which is kind of lucky, honestly. Getting crit by Ice Beam tanking, and then getting crit by Misdreavus and tanking too. So when you say settle, I mean, I'm not. Do I think this? Do I think this run will hold forever? No, it's very solid. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm like gonna retire from this category after the bounty, but I love this category. But I mean, running for 324 is is I don't know. It was already degenerate YOLOs. It's impossible to say, man. People always like say, "Oh, if you got X time, would it kill the category?" I don't think this category can ever die, because there can always be a run that's just insane. And like if you take like Icy's run and give him Pewter and Power Plant skip, it's like 322 pace or some shit, like, you know, like Pika Puff both bugs. Like, you never know. I mean, it's super unlikely. So because of our special attack, I get to do a strat that I've never done before, which is +2, which is really cool. So we save an entire turn. So I get to just go now, which is awesome. Yeah, I mean, you'll see. As you can see, we are behind slightly. I'm actually, wasn't I still behind post Lance? How does that make sense? How is his balanced bounty split +2 strats? When do you +2? This Mewtwo had the most special attack that I've ever gotten on a Mewtwo, but it was terrible attack. So, So I would say, well, special attack. I did save a turn here, which is nice, but I would say you just want enough special attack to not miss any ranges, like to not die to Heracross or anything silly, you know. Unreachable here. Well, no, I thought I was gonna be ahead with +2, which is why again I don't. Oh no, I was ahead. Well, I was even 0.5, which I don't think that makes sense either. His the splits he made were like solid, but they weren't perfect because I mean he made them pretty fast, and it's not his fault or anything. But saving a second and a half on +2 strats doesn't really make sense. So, although, oh no, I did get Dragon Dance too, turn 1, right? That is slower than Thunder Wave. So what we didn't know until we split on the next fight is that we didn't know that the split for Champ 2 in Bounty was actually is actually not great. So if you actually see Lance 2 against PB, I'm on par for the Bounty being ahead -107. And honestly, and that has to heal for this fight too. So we were Omega good on Bounty. We were pretty solid on Bounty here. So, but the concern here obviously is my attack is the Arcanine's not going to die. And if the Arcanine doesn't die, then you just die. So I was obviously pretty nervous here, and I was debating what I wanted to do here. So I'll tell you after we get the setups here. So obviously, pray you don't get Reflect. I mean, you just want Calm Minds. Shadow Ball Spec Drop is really bad. Shadow Ball's weird here. Luckily, he just uses Calm Mind again, but it wasn't enough damage to where I would be in Hydro Pump range or Earthquake range or whatever it is. Yeah, I'll show you guys when I have an exact number for you that I didn't know in the run. So Shadow Ball, 2 Calm Minds. I mean, that's fine. This is good enough. This is good enough attack to guarantee the Tyranitar at least. I mean, you need like Omega bad attack to like. I don't know what IV this Modest was, but I think it was. I think it was probably decent enough. I mean, sub 150 attack is like kind of crazy. So this is not a range. Wait, actually, wait. Let me get my exact attack stat. So, hold on. Well, I got a +4 there. All right, so we're at 161. So now, again, I'm very thankful for the Gyarados because I would have, if he didn't Hydro Pump, I would have probably killed the run. Or at least definitely lost the bounty time, so... Because again, I mean, we all thought it was closer. That we all thought I was behind, that I needed, like... I don't know, like a really good fight. A really good split. Alright, so this is strange. So I'm not in range to die to Hydro Pump. This is probably one of those things where he's like under half, so he's just like, instead of, usually he will Dragon Rage here, but he's probably just like, I'm under half, so I just want to send the Hydro Pump. So this was bad, but this allowed us to, this forced us into healing. So because now when Sandstorm ticks, we are in extreme speed range from Arcanine. This is something that you can easily forget. So extreme speed does like 60 here or something, and we're gonna be at what, 40? So you're guaranteed to die here because extreme speed is like quick attack. So I'm guaranteed to die here. So you have to heal. So there's no choice. And so now I immediately am thinking like that we're not getting the bounty now because I just assumed that the split that he averaged it out on was better. It didn't have a heal in it, you know. So, but the reason this is important is this thing took 2 sandstorm ticks. So, according to the notes, I'm pretty sure these are correct. So, according to the notes, one of you mean Dragon Dance? That doesn't make sense. I've done this fight a shitload. I've seen Dragon Dance almost every time you're not in range. That was like when Gunner got it in his PB, and then when I got it here. Sorry, Dance. Yeah. What are the odds to just not see Dance there? It's definitely, I feel like he's favored at his HP and your HP to use Dance, but maybe not. So with 161 attack, if I had gone for the +1 Sandstorm, it was a 4 and 16 to die to Earthquake. So it is slower after 1 dance, yeah. For most Mewtwo's. Now the Mewtwo in the previous world record was slow, so yep. Gen Life, that's the classic. This is like one of the worst fights in the game. That is definitely the classic. So so now with 2 sandstorm ticks, this is again, correct me if I'm wrong, but it says it's a 10 and 16 range. So if we don't get this, then I don't get the bounty. So this dying is like pretty sweet. And so now I'm like looking at the timer like, wait a minute, it hasn't started counting down. I see 3:24:17 for the champs 2 split, and I'm like, wait a minute. And I see it counting down, and I'm like thinking like, wait, is it actually good enough? Because nobody thought it was so close. So that was the run yesterday. It was fucking awesome, dude. It was so cool you guys got to see that run too. I feel solid about it. Got to clean up some things, but yeah. I did, yes. Yeah. So I am the only one that is eligible. So because nobody's gotten this time. So if this record holds for the next 2 months, then I will get the bounty, yes. So we just we gotta pray, dude. See, the thing is, normally I wouldn't like hope nobody normally I wouldn't hope that nobody would beat this, because it's like at runners of this game, like you just want what's best for the game. But I mean, bro, with $5,000 on the line, I would please no one beat this. Please. that's why I'm gonna keep going. So it's on screen, 325.25. Thank you, Poblowski. So that was very sweet. So tomorrow, yeah, it was such a dope run. But I mean, better post game. I mean, bro, this could have been 324 for sure. But it's still an amazing run. All things considered, no deaths. Made a couple tiny small mistakes, but just super good catch segments. Super played really well. No, no. So the bounty was made to it subtracts the rough estimate of Clemmy skip time save from the previous pre-Clemmy world record, which was from Gunners at 3:27:01. So he basically took a minute and a half off of that run, which is like sort of close to like how much Clemmy skip saves. So this is like a legit like world record, because if you add the time save from it's better. It's better. It's definitely better. You'd have to like be 100% sure, but I don't think Clemmy time save is more than a minute and a half. I always thought it was like 75 to 90 seconds. Not more than 90. This is a minute 36 better than Gunner's previous world record pre-Clemmy. So so yeah. So the plan is I'm gonna keep going as degenerate as it is. I can't risk not getting the bounty. So so we are going to be doing runs tomorrow. I can't do runs today. I gotta go to work in like an hour and a half. But we are around tomorrow, and we will just be continuing as if nothing happens. I will probably be playing a little different. I wouldn't say that much different, but and I'm still really enjoying myself too. Now, if I was like super fucking burnt out, then I would probably just hope no one beats this in 2 months. But I'm still enjoying the run a lot, and I mean, yeah, dude, the confidence going forward now of like saying like we can just go, not have to think about it, not have to worry about anything, you know, because we're already eligible. So it's gonna be nice to play like that. But I probably will. It's hard to say. I will probably be resetting pace more often though. Like I would say, because it's like, I just don't want to waste my time on like a run. Like this run's already super fucking good. So if I'm like behind like a minute, you know, like it's tough, you know. So will I improve this in the next 2 months? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, we're definitely in really good form, so, but this one is going to be much harder to beat than the other one. 5K has been the biggest bounty, yeah. You know, I had Brock, it's probably not. No, Pikachu is okay. Again, just there's a misconception about Pikachu. Pikachu's not required. I would say, unless it's like the run, like I would say pewter skip or plant skip is probably leaning towards like probably necessary to get like 324, but that's also hard to say. All right, so I'll be back. I will see you guys tomorrow doing more runs, probably starting at around like 9 or 10 a.m. So thank you for watching the commentary. It was a fun run. I'll see people tomorrow. Goodbye.